Kisses Are Distracting by Chilly Kitty. Rarity's eyes focused on the soft, silky fabric in front of her, carefully pinning it into place over the mare's chest, making sure to not nick the yellow coat underneath. She stayed perfectly still in her concentration and was grateful that her model was doing the same. Rarity? The quiet Pegasus asked stiffly, not wanting to mess with the work the unicorn was doing. Rarity hummed in response, her mind too distracted by the slippery fabric in her magic gasp to form actual words. Rarity, love, when you have a moment, Fluttershy said. Rarity carefully pressed another pin into the dress. Yes, dear. Her words were hollow as her mind was clearly elsewhere. There's no rush, but, you do need to sit up at some point. Rarity had been hunched over to reach the mare's chest, her face only a few inches away from it for Celestia knows how long. Just as the other had said, she became incredibly aware of the stiffness in her back. She failed to suppress a sigh and straightened out her position, bringing herself eye level with Fluttershy. Before she could complain, there were soft lips pressed against her. She melted in an instant, leaning into the touch. It took longer than it should have for her to come to her senses, but when she did, she pulled away. What was that for, darling? We've been up this for hours. I think we need a break, the quiet mare explained. Ah! Rarity glanced at the clock on the wall, looking just above her glasses. I do suppose it's a bit late. Are you hungry? Fluttershy shook her head. I ate last time you needed to take the dress off to use the sewing machine. Rarity's eyebrow furrowed. Are you tired then? Do you need anything? I'm almost done with this bit, dear. But we can stop if you need. Her voice dripped with concern. Fluttershy smiled at her, eyes wide as if Rarity had just said something foolish. Rarity, you haven't eaten dinner, she stated, and your lunch was half a leftover cupcake. Oh, Rarity mumbled. Well, I just have... Her words were taken by another kiss, cursing the fact that she was standing so close to her mare friend, though she didn't really have any intention to move away yet. Fluttershy broke this kiss after a warm moment. You said that earlier. You didn't let me finish. How would you know what I would say? Rarity pointed out. Fluttershy just rolled her eyes fondly. Because not only did you say it earlier, but yesterday and the day before, and every time you've been engrossed in a project for as long as I've known you. I just have to finish this bit and then I'll take a break, she said with an attempt at Rarity's usual almost Canterlottian accent. Darling, she added after a moment. Rarity huffed and tried to look annoyed, but she couldn't help but smile. I do not sound like that. But you do, Fluttershy said right back, and you sound lovely, even when you're overworking yourself. But if you continue with this much longer... An uncharacteristically sly grin made its way onto Fluttershy's lips. I am going to have to silence you. Oh, and Rarity laughed. She wasn't sure if she ever saw the kind mare so bold. And how do you plan to... She was cut off by another kiss. This one lasted longer and involved Fluttershy humming into Rarity's mouth before pulling away. Rarity was dazed by the taste of the other's lips. I see. Yes, that makes sense. Fluttershy giggled at that, and Rarity all but swooned at the sound. She took a step back to look at her love in the unfinished dress. It was coming along nicely, a pink base with green accents. A few bits of golden shimmering fabric that somewhat matched the yellow mare's coat. That's lovely and all, but I do... She took another step back to dodge the other's incoming kiss. I do need to finish this bit and then I'll take a break, she promised, seeing the doubtful expression on Fluttershy's face. She scoffed. I really mean it, darling. Fine, Fluttershy hummed, allowing Rarity to step closer again without the threat of distracting affection. But don't make me use the stare. I won't, my dear, I promise, Rarity hummed, returning to the matter at hoof. There was another few minutes of silent work, a pin lifted from its place in the pincushion, raised to the green fabric and then delicately pressed into place, attaching it to the pink fabric underneath, and then another and another. She found herself soon fixing and adjusting the other pins into a proper place, zoning out from the world and only thinking of the task in front of her once again. "Rarity?" "Yes, darling, I'm almost done." She'd leaned back to look at Fluttershy, which she should have realised sooner would be a mistake. Not that she could really call the kiss a mistake in any meaningful sense of the word. "I think you're done now." Fluttershy barely leaned back, her breath on Rarity's lips as she spoke. Rarity felt her coat heat up, flashing pink instead of its usual white. Yes, I think you're correct," she barely whispered, closing the distance between their lips once again. They stayed like that for a long moment, wanting to deepen the kiss, but instead pulling away begrudgingly. "Let's get you out of this dress," Rarity mumbled, beginning to carefully undo the pin-filled fabric, careful not to knock out any so she could stitch the green into place later. "And get you some dinner," Fluttershy stated. If she heard Rarity's disappointed grumble, she said nothing. "Yes, love," Rarity eventually said with a sigh, helping Fluttershy slip out of the attire. She laid it out near the sewing machine and turned, once again finding a muzzle against her own. Rarity smiled, kissing the mirror in front of her. Fluttershy stepped closer, pressing their chests to each other now that there was no delicate art project restricting her movement. She brought a yellow hoof to push Rarity's red glasses to sit behind her horn. She then lowered the hoof to the unicorn's cheek, holding her in place and kissing her like she was the only thing that mattered. But then she pulled away and Rarity couldn't stop the desperate whine that left her. Fluttershy giggled at that, and really, how could Rarity be mad after hearing that wonderful sound? Fluttershy hummed, releasing her hold of the other's cheek. "I'm going to make you a daisy sandwich, come on." Rarity would have complained and pulled Fluttershy into an embrace, holding her and kissing her until they both were out of breath, but she could feel her own hunger eating away at her, so she instead followed her mere friend into the kitchen. "A daisy sandwich sounds lovely, darling," she conceded. "Must you?" by Twinkletail. "Must you, darling?" Pinkie Pie looked up from a bowl of cereal. She wasn't quite sure what she'd done to elicit such a reaction from her breakfast partner. But the great thing about the question posed to her was that it didn't necessarily mean something negative. Maybe Rarity was just curious. "Must I what?" Pinkie asked through a mouthful of ultra-frosted Frosty-O's. She didn't even have to look at Rarity's face to know what expression she wore, although she did anyway, since Rarity's face was very nice to look at, and quickly covered her mouth, swallowing its contents. "Sorry, I know you don't like it when I talk with food in my mouth, but I didn't want to be rude and not answer your question, so I guess I was rude in a different way instead. Whoopsie." Rarity's expression softened, and she reached across the table to pat her partner's hoof. It was hard to stay annoyed at Pinkie. "It's okay, dear," Rarity said. "I'm certain I could have been patient enough to wait until you were done, but I appreciate the desire to not leave me in the lurch." "Lurch is a funny word," Pinkie offered, grinning a tiny little grin as she perked back up. I guess it is," Rarity responded, almost unconsciously mirroring Pinkie's grin. "We'll add it to the list then." Pinkie clapped her hooves eagerly as Rarity unrolled her scroll of funny words, sliding out of her chair so she could peer over Rarity's shoulder as she wrote this newest one down. Funny words were even funnier when written in Rarity's flawless penmanship. Something about the word tizzy displayed in such a flowery font tickled her in one of her favourite ways. Not her most favourite way though. Only Rarity was allowed to tickle her like that. "And there we are," Rarity stated as she rolled the scroll up once more. "Lurch. A lovely addition." "Totally," Pinkie replied, holding one foreleg in the air. She beamed as Rarity immediately picked up her cue and gave her an enthusiastic high hoof. Then it was straight back to her chair, and she had left her breakfast unattended and undevoured for far too long. And as it would turn out, the devouring would have to wait even longer as a familiar thought swirled up in her little pink head. "So, what must I?" Pinky asked. "Pardon?" Rarity asked before shaking her head quickly. "Oh, I'd completely forgotten." "Gosh, Rares, I'm usually the one that forgets things so quickly," Pinky teased. "Maybe I'm rubbing off on you more than I thought." "Oh, more than you know," Rarity responded. "I was distracted thinking about something you'd done the other day, while I was heading to the spa, and it wasn't until I noticed the little stares from the ponies on the street that I realized I'd been pronking just like you do." Pinkie Pie burst into laughter, to the surprise of no pony. The visual was so entertaining that she didn't even have time to comment on how pronking was also a funny word. Not that it would have mattered if she had. It was already on the list. "I wish I could have seen that," Pinky said between giggles, her mirth only amplified by the combination of blush and an embarrassed smile on Rarity's face. "Well, I suppose I could demonstrate if it would please the lady," Rarity mused. She didn't even wait for a response. Waiting was entirely unnecessary when one knew the other well enough to know how she would respond. Her breakfast temporarily forgotten, Rarity rose to her hooves, perfectly primped and polished, almost in spite of what she was about to do, and began to bounce around the room. "I believe it looked something like this," Rarity shouted as she rocketed past Pinky, who was now in hysterics on the floor. "Am I doing it right, darling? Is this a proper pronk?" Pinky made a feeble attempt at an answer, but it wasn't meant to be. Her usual loquaciousness caused words to flow like water from her muzzle, but this laughter was simply impermeable. A quartet of alabaster hooves landed at her side, and Rarity soon joined in the laughter as she hugged her silly pink partner. "Thank you for the approval, darling," Rarity said, giving Pinky a kiss on the cheek. It was salty, but tears of laughter often did that to a cheek. "It means the world to me." The happy little sigh from Pinky tugged at Rarity's heart, and the organ deftly fought off attacks from her brain, which was frantically trying to remind her that she was currently laying on a dirty floor. "You know I approve of just about everything you do," Pinky said, the earlier uproarious laughter calming into a gentle giggle as she nuzzled her recently kissed cheek against Rarity's. "Just about everything?" Rarity asked, a coy grin crossing her face. "What might I have done that you disapprove of then?" "You made vanilla cupcakes the other day when I really wanted chocolate," Pinky replied matter-of-factly. Rarity raised a brow, giving her partner a bemused smirk. "Oh, really?" Rarity replied. "And you didn't like the 7 of them that you ate?" "I liked them," Pinky responded quickly. "I was just hoping for chocolate." "Well, it's good to know that my largest indiscretion against you was a mixing up of cupcake flavors," Rarity said. "You also snore," Pinky told her. What? Rarity stammered, quickly rising to her hooves. "Pinky, you snore as well." "I know," Pinky said, opting to roll over onto her back rather than stand. "But I snore at a C, and yours is more of an E flat. And I guess that would be fine if we also had another pony snoring at a G, because that would make a good minor chord. But I didn't really think you'd be okay with inviting a third pony too." "You're annoyed that our snores don't harmonize," Rarity exclaimed. "I never said annoyed, silly," Pinky insisted, crossing her forelegs over her chest. "You asked me what I didn't approve of, but it's way too small of a thing for me to get annoyed about." "I suppose that makes sense," Rarity responded. "It sure does," Pinky said, launching herself up to a standing position in a matter that probably shouldn't have been physically possible for any pony that wasn't Pinkie Pie. "I love you too much to get annoyed by something really small that doesn't really mean anything in the long run." With that, the pink pony planted her rump on her chair and munched down another spoonful of cereal, stopping midway to look back at the love of her life. "So, what must I?" Rarity stared back at Pinky,
She was crunching her cereal so loudly yet again, the exact thing that caused her to pause earlier. For the briefest of moments, she considered bringing it back up. As she stared back into those baby blue eyes and thought about their conversation though, you know what? It doesn't mean anything in the long run. Always Time for a Few More by Level Dasher. This? No, this simply won't do, Rarity cried, gesturing her hoop in Twilight's direction before pacing back and forth in her workshop. Rarity, what's wrong? Twilight asked with a crooked brow. Still loved the dress you made me for my first Grand Galloping Gala. Why do you feel obligated to make a whole new one for this year? Because, darling, you simply can't wear that kind of formal attire to the same function, especially one as important as the gala, more than once. What? All the same ponies attend the gala every year. You've seen them, and they'll all have seen you in that dress before. With a deadpan stare, Twilight responded, And this is a problem, why? Twilight, Rarity huffed. If you wear a dress so stunning, if I do say so myself, as the one you wore that year, if you were to wear it again, ponies will think you're recycling your clothing. That is a crime against fabulosity. Rarity stomped her hoof on the floor. And I simply won't have that. Twilight shook her head and sighed. Rarity, don't you already have countless orders from your other stores? And a new set that Sapphire Shores asked for? You've been talking about it every day since they all came in. How much time it was going to take. How we probably wouldn't see you outside the boutique for about a week. How in Equestria are you going to find time to do this for me? Besides, the other girls are intending to go in their dresses from our first year also, and they're absolutely fine with wearing them again. Rarity moved with lightning speed between the mannequins in her shop. Many of those orders are mostly done, Twilight. They each have their own little finishing touches that need to be made. I just need to think of exactly what. I can take a moment to work on something new. It'll clear my head and give me the ideas I need. One customer asked for something with a unique veil. Another is looking for a style of brooch that I don't think even exists. Another... There what? Spike! Can you do me a favour? Twilight called as she entered the castle and shut the door behind her. Spike came scampering down the stairs. Sure, Twi, what's up? Can you go talk some sense into Rarity? She won't listen to me, she groaned. She's insisting on creating new dresses for the 5 of us for the gala again this year, and she's already got enough on her plate. We don't need to have a repeat of what happened our first year here. But she's been on fire lately. Believe me, I know, Spike responded, plucking a stray pin out of the back of his scales. You really think another few dresses is going to be that much of a problem? Twilight gave him a level stare. Spike, how many shops was Rarity running when we first came to Ponyville? Just the Carousel Boutique here. Why? And how many shops is she running now? Spike began. Well, still Carousel Boutique, Rarity for You in Manhattan, and Cantor... He cut himself off. Oh, good point. Now do you see why she shouldn't be adding another 5 dresses to a queue? Yup. Twilight smirked. Big Mac's been rubbing off on you, hasn't he? Shrugging, Spike answered. Guys' night's been happening a lot more often lately. So long as Discord doesn't start giving you chaos lessons. Spike perked at the comment. Hey, If Rarity's really got that much on her hooves, maybe we could ask Discord to... No! But... No! Spike shrugged again. Hey, just trying to help. And give my back a break. Good try, but no. So, Fluttershy, what do you think? Rarity held her friend rooted to the spot in front of a mannequin adorned in a new, lovely pink dress. The wildest and craziest of smiles was upon her muzzle. Be honest! Applejack levels of honest! The aforementioned farm pony winced. Give me your best critique! Fluttershy glanced behind her at the rest of her friends, all of them with looks of concern on their faces as a tear slipped down her cheek. Looking at Rarity, she answered, It's, she sniffled, fitting? Fitting how? I know you know the details. The tension in the room was palpable. Well, the pelt around the neck certainly makes a statement. What kind of statement? Of a lot of hard work. Yes! Rarity cried. Success! She released Fluttershy from her grasp, then panned around at the rest of her friends. Who's next? Rainbow Dash? Yours was a little harder than the rest. The finishing touch was particularly difficult to obtain. She zipped into her back room, then began dragging out a mannequin that was holding a rather sleek dress, topped with a saddle that had a distinctively green hue to it. Rainbow's eyes widened before she slammed the door open and flew out at supersonic speed. I knew he wouldn't get lost. The rest of them quickly dashed out the door to check their respective homes, their calls all blurring together. Why did they not want to see their dresses? Rarity asked Fluttershy, the crazed smile still on her face. You liked yours, right? Fluttershy sniffled again. I... She shook her head before quickly galloping out the door, crying, Angel! After a bout of cackling, Rarity slowly trotted to her front door. She slammed it closed, then immediately turned around and raised her hooves in triumph. They will all look fabulous! Rarity! Chimed Squeaky Belle's voice as she cantered down the stairs. Do you know where... After a quick glance at her sister, Sweetie Belle raised a brow. Are you having one of your moments again? Rarity simply stood at the door, panting, her hooves still high in the air. Sweetie Belle let out a sigh as she shook her head. Yep. She then trotted into the kitchen, calling, Opal! Opal, where are you? Revenge of the Dumb Fabric by Bootsy Slickmane.
I've waited far too long for this moment. She insulted me, she cut me to pieces, and then she hung me out to dry. She used to make a mockery of fashion. I was ruined, damaged goods. No pony wanted me anymore, not for anything but scrap. A crueler filly I've never met before, and still haven't met since. Tonight, she will pay.
Sweetie Belle pushed open the bedroom door slowly, the disappointment plain on her face. All she wanted to do was something nice for her sister while her parents were on vacation, and yet everything she did was met with an exasperated scolding from Rarity. It seemed she just wasn't suited for success when it came to Rarity's fashionable trade. Sweetie sighed, shutting the door behind her. It had been a long day of failing to earn her cutie mark, and she was more than ready for sleep. She found the guest bed to be much softer than she had expected, but then she remembered that her sister never did settle for second best, especially when it came to helping those around her. She should have known that the guest bedroom would be even nicer than the one back at her parents' house. Sweetie settled onto the feather bed. The silky sheet was pulled up to her chest, and she closed her eyes. Maybe tomorrow she could figure out a way to help her sister. Then the rumpling began. It was quiet at first, and it took a little while for Sweetie to hear it at all. She didn't think anything of it when she first heard the sound, figuring that Rarity must have been working on some late night project. But then why did it sound like the rumpling was right outside the bedroom door? Sweetie got up slowly, drowsily, and walked across the wooden floor to the door. "Rarity?" she asked in a whisper, not wanting to disturb her sister if she wasn't the cause. She hadn't thought much about what the cause might be if it wasn't the other unicorn, though. She had to struggle a little to open the door, as the handle was located too high up for her to simply reach out and touch. It was times like those that she would wish she could get her magic to work. She had to rear up on her hind legs and then hop backwards to pull the door open. A soft light spilled into the room from the corridor beyond, and Sweetie was greeted by an odd sight. There, sitting on the floor of the hallway, was a bolt of fuchsia fabric. It was almost totally unremarkable, really. The only thing that might distinguish it from other bolts of similar fabric was that it had a slew of stains everywhere. There were little dark, discoloured spots all over it, as though it had been submerged in some liquid at some point in its past. Sweetie Belle cocked an eyebrow at the sight. "Huh?" was all she could say in response. She stood there, just staring at the fabric for a few seconds in confusion and trying to make sense of what she saw. Perhaps Rarity's so-called inspiration room had begun to overflow out into the hallway. Sweetie felt that Rarity could be so neurotic at times that it wouldn't surprise her if this became an inspiration corridor or some such. Sweetie was about to pick up the fabric and carry it off in search of some place to stow it. But the day's events came back to her at that moment. She had learned her lesson about not touching Rarity's things several times over, especially if it looked like it would help in any way. And so Sweetie just shrugged, shut the door, and went back to bed. She curled up under the sheet, only her head and forelegs uncovered, and tried to think of new ways for the Cutie Mark Crusaders to find their special talents. Outside the guest bedroom, the bolt of fabric slowly began to unroll. Not a hoof touched it, nor was it brushed by any unicorn magic. And yet it rolled out and quietly slid under the bedroom door. The cardboard tube that it had been wrapped around rolled away from the door with barely a sound as the last of the fabric slipped through the crack. The fabric crept almost silently across the wooden floor and over the decorative rug, slithering toward the bed. Sweetie's eyes slid open slowly. The rumbling sound was back. It had seemed closer than before, and she sat up to look around the room. If there was anything there, though, it was too dark to see. Sweetie leaned over and flicked the switch on the small lamp that rested on the nightstand, but she found the room empty aside from the furniture that had already been there and the luggage she'd brought with her. Since the rumbling had stopped again, Sweetie shrugged and turned off the light. She settled back against the pillow and shut her eyes. But she was starting to get a little nervous now. She shifted a little as the rumbling sound returned yet again. It sounded close, very close. Then she felt something tickle her hoof. She batted at whatever it was, figuring it was a loose feather from the mattress. Instead of going away, she felt the mystery object wrap around her hoof and start sliding up her foreleg. Sweetie's gasp was cut short as the fuchsia fabric leapt up from the sheet and covered her face, pressing itself against her muzzle and cutting off her air supply. She tried to scream as the fabric coiled around her body, but her cries were lost in the mask of stained fabric. She flailed her little white limbs, trying to get them free, but it only served to further entangle her in the fabric's soft embrace. She fought and succeeded at freeing her face, only long enough to draw half a breath before it swallowed her up again. Her muffled cries for help never made it beyond the walls of the guest bedroom as she thrashed helplessly on the feather bed. The fabric tightened around her, enveloping her in layer after layer of fabric and binding her limbs. Sweetie's struggles slowly became weaker and weaker until they stopped entirely. Then Sweetie Belle was still, and the room was silent again. "Sweetie Belle, are you in there? It's time for breakfast, darling." Rarity pressed an ear to the door, but heard nothing. "Sweetie?" The unicorn pushed the door open slowly, giving a token set of knocks with a hoof as she did. What she found inside set her on edge. Sweetie's bags were still scattered haphazardly around the room, but she couldn't see the filly anywhere. There was only an oblong ball of crumpled fabric on the bed. The sheets were a mess, and the pillows were lying on the floor. She approached the bed slowly, her concern increasing with each step as she made her way through the quiet bedroom. "Sweetie Belle?" She brought her hoof down and nudged at the ball of fuchsia, but it didn't move. She brought another hoof up and peeled away the layers of fabric, stopping suddenly with a gasp as she reached the unmoving filly that was the ball's core. Sweetie was cold to the touch, her face frozen in an expression of abject terror. Tears welled up in Rarity's eyes as she stared unbelievingly at her sister's lifeless body. Then she felt something tickle her hoof. Rarity screamed. Liar, Liar, Apples on Fire by Monochromatic. It was a summer afternoon when Rarity decided to ask Applejack her question. They'd been back from Rainbow Falls for about 5 days now, and while at first she decided the matter wasn't worth pursuing, the fact that she was still caught up in it 5 days later meant she was better off just addressing it. It being the fact that Applejack somehow knew that Rarity had 5 identical jeweled barrets sitting in her private jewellery box that wasn't to be touched by any pony save for Rarity, period. Because of the delicacy of the matter, she decided it should happen naturally, nonchalantly if you will, as though it wasn't a big deal, which it wasn't because they were friends. So there had to be a decent explanation for why Applejack of all ponies had gone snooping through Rarity's things without consent. Luckily for her, they were all having a lovely picnic that day, so she simply had to pull Applejack to the side when every pony was busy. The opportunity arrived halfway through the picnic. Fluttershy, Pinky and Spike were by the nearby river, entertained by looking at the fish. Rainbow and Twilight were sitting ways away, reading a daring do book under the shade of a tree. From what Rarity could hear, they were fervently discussing something they kept calling headcanons, which made Rarity hesitate on approving of Sweetie reading said books. Cannons being shot at ponies' heads did not sound like appropriate reading for a gentle, sweet filly like her sister. Regardless, "Applejack, darling," Rarity said nonchalantly, treating herself to one of the apple fritters her friends had brought, "I have a question for you." "A question?" Applejack sat up straight, fixing her whole attention on Rarity. This was one of the little things Rarity appreciated about her. She always made Rarity feel heard. "Shoot, Sugar Cube." "It's about something you said during the traders' exchange." She ate another fritter despite herself. This was one of the little things Rarity didn't appreciate about Applejack. She made sinful treats so damn good. "I was a bit unclear on it." Applejack frowned. "What'd I say?" Rarity took one last fritter. She swore it was a good excuse to think over her next few words, but they were as delicate as she was. "Applejack," she said, "did you break into my house and snoop in private things?" Sometimes delicate things required sledgehammers. Applejack nearly choked on the drink she'd started. "What? Did I do what now?" She was flabbergasted, yes, which could mean she was innocent, but it could also mean she was guilty. And she certainly looked the part, still sputtering in shock, eyes wide in shock. Well, it seemed Rarity was skilled at these headcanons too. "What in the crest did I say at the exchange that made you think that?" she asked, so completely guilty she didn't even react with anger. "Haha, the barrette you gave me." Rarity crossed her hooves together, which might imply she was being serious, but really she was trying to stop herself to another fritter. "You said you gave it to me because you know I have 5 identical ones, but I keep these secured in my locked jewelry box. So," she grabbed a fritter and pointed it towards her friend accusingly, for the dramatic effect of it. Eating it too was for effect. "How did you know I had 5 identical ones, pray tell?" Applejack did not reply verbally. No, she did something far worse. She laughed in the face of her crimes. The gall! "Sweet Celestia, you actually had me worried there. Thought I'd somehow done something criminal without even knowing," she said, visibly relaxing, amused even. "I didn't go snooping through your things, Rarity. I've just seen you wearing them at fancy royal events Twilight's been having." "Oh!" Rarity exclaimed. That made sense. "Wait, no it didn't. Now hold on a minute. Wait," she continued. "That doesn't explain how you knew I have 5 of them. They're identical." Applejack remained unperturbed. "No they ain't." She grabbed one of her fritters and ate it up before continuing. "One of them has a little nick on the other side. Another has a loose fastener because it hangs a bit. Other has a slight different shade of purple than the rest. The 4th has the gem a little crooked. And the 5th is perfect." She winked. "Just like you, Sugar Cube." Rarity giggled, charmed. Well, I concede. I didn't realize you were so observant," she said. She grinned, teasing. "Too observant, one might say. What, do you spend all the galas staring at me?" Course not," Applejack said, which Rarity would have otherwise believed if it wasn't for the unusual stammer and the even more unusual blush her friend suddenly had. "Oh? Oh ho ho? Are you sure, darling?" Rarity purred, leaning in ever so slightly. "It's perfectly alright if you are," she offered a dazzling grin. "I'm quite nice to look at, I think." "I'm not staring at you all day, darn it!" Applejack protested, her fluster betraying her. My. Granted, she could stop what was clearly teasing, but why? It was harmless fun, no? Especially when she hadn't even said anything yet, and already Applejack was saying, "I wasn't." "So you're just very observant then, are you?" Rarity asked with the same innocence with which she grabbed another fritter. She then inched closer, her smile gentle, innocent, and not at all teasing. "You just simply happen to notice little minute details that you couldn't really notice unless you were looking at me a lot, "I do," Applejack protested, And my, her ears flicking down, her eyes flittering back and forth. A liar she was not. Do you? I do. Just, well, I'm interested in jewelry and them things. I don't like wearing them often, but I can appreciate them just like any other mare, she said with a firm nod. Rarity personally thought she should be awarded some sort of prize for not immediately bowling over, choking with laughter. Really, she asked instead. Polite. Again, the firm nod. Yup. Rarity looked at Applejack, teaser to teasee. She could offer mercy, she could, but it was not a core aspect of their relationship that neither wanted to receive or give mercy to the other. Rainbow Dash? Rarity said. Applejack frowned. Rainbow Dash? What's she got to do with any of this? She was wearing her element of loyalty the other day at Pinky's party because she insists on being a braggart about it. Rarity elaborated. She paused. Just a second. The jewel on it. She leaned another inch. What is it shaped like? Applejack snorted. That's easy, and you know it. Rarity tilted her head. Is it? She purred. What is it then? Illuminate me, Applejack dearest. Applejack gave her the hardest stare she'd ever given her, then broke into a smile. Fine by me. It's a cloud. There. Rarity stared at her. Applejack stared back. Rarity grinned, and it was so sinful that 10 generations of apple family ancestors were probably redder than their famous apples. Oh, Applejack dull. Lightning bolt! Applejack blurted out, desperate. Rarity leaned back, giggling. Too late, my dear. Applejack's shoulders slumped. Oh, horse feathers. I had a 50-50 shot, and I blew it. Defeated, she swallowed her pride and confessed. I just think you have a nice complexion, that's it. She looked like she was dying, and Rarity was never happier to be a murderer. You're nice to look at, there's nothing more to it. Finally, Rarity smiled genuinely. I am, she bowed her head. I'm glad you think so too, dear. If I may say it, I feel the same. She reached out and booped her friend's nose. Your freckles are exceedingly charming. Oh, wow, shucks, thanks, Applejack replied, a little pleased though still embarrassed. Rarity fluttered her eyelashes. I hope you also know I will be holding this over your head for the rest of our lives. Applejack laughed and did. Well, Rarity, you wouldn't be you if you didn't.
Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a
Pretty and Pink by Silk Rose. Rarity was trotting towards Sugar Cube Corner on her way to ask Pinky to model for her. She decided she was going to make a dress for Pinky as a surprise. Her plan was to make the dress under the guise that it was for someone else, and then ask Pinky out afterward. She would give her the dress they made together. She's had feelings for Pinky for a little while now, so she was looking forward to this. She already had plans and ideas for the gown. It would, of course, be pink. She would make sure it brought out the beauty that she saw in the mare. After a short walk, Rarity arrived at Sugar Cube Corner. She was somewhat hesitant to knock. After this, there was no turning back. She gathered some confidence and decided to knock on the bakery's door. Not at all to Rarity's surprise, Mrs. Cake answered the door. Hello? Is Pinkie Pie in? Rarity asked. Yes, dearie. Do you want to go see her? Certainly, darling. Mrs. Cake let Rarity inside and closed the door behind her. Rarity walked up the stairs to the upper part of the establishment, while Mrs. Cake went back into the kitchen. Once Rarity had ascended the stairs, she knocked on Pinky's door. "Here goes nothing." Pinkie Pie answered the door a moment later and said, "Hey Rarity, what's up?" "Hello, darling. I was wondering if you could be my model for a particular dress?" Rarity asked. Pinkie smiled at her friend. "Sure, when?" "Right now, if it wouldn't be a bother." "Okay," Pinkie replied happily. Pinkie jumped out the door and closed it behind her. They walked down the steps. Once they reached the bottom, Pinkie called out, "Mrs. Cake, I'm going out." Mrs. Cake replied from the other room, "Okay, have fun." Rarity opened the front door with her magic. They walked through it and Rarity closed it behind them. They started walking to Carousel Boutique. "So, who's the client?" Pinkie asked. "You wouldn't know them. They're from Manhattan. Their coat is pink, so you would be the perfect model," Rarity said, looking nervous. "Are you sure?" Pinkie asked. "I know a lot of ponies." "Yes," Rarity said, hoping Pinkie would drop it. Rarity took a moment to admire Pinkie as she hopped beside her, none the aware of the feelings she had towards her. She looked at her bouncing pink curls, so adorable, her pink fluffy ears, so cute, her blue eyes, so beautiful. Her thoughts were interrupted when Pinkie asked, "How's your day going, Rarity?" "Good, and yours, darling?" "It's going great." "That's good," Rarity smiled. "Do you have any ideas of how the dress will look?" Pinkie asked cheerfully. "I have a few. We shall see how it goes. Thank you for doing this for me, Pinkie. It means a lot to me," Rarity replied. "No problem, Rarity. I'm glad to help," Pinkie said. Shortly after the conversation had ended, they arrived at Carousel Boutique. Rarity opened the front door with her magic and motioned for Pinkie to go first. "After you." Pinkie Pie walked through the door. Rarity soon followed after and shut the door behind them. "Would you like to eat or drink anything before we get started?" Rarity asked. "Do you have any cupcakes?" Pinkie inquired. "No. How about cake? I've got some left over from a party Sweetie Belle had the other day." "Sure, I love cake," Pinkie chirped. "Let's go to the kitchen and I'll get it out for us," Rarity said, trotting to the kitchen, Pinkie soon following her. Once they were there, Pinkie sat down at the kitchen table while Rarity got the food out. "Would you like some milk with that?" Rarity asked. Pinkie nodded. "Yes." Rarity levitated the cake over the table and cut 2 pieces and put them on their plates. She put the cake back and got the milk from the fridge and poured them each a glass. "Here you are, darling," Rarity said as she laid the plate of cake and glass of milk in front of her crush, then laying hers in front of herself. "Thank you, Rarity," Pinkie said as she started munching on her cake. "It's no problem," Rarity replied. Rarity looked over at Pinkie and couldn't believe her eyes. How on earth does that mare look so cute doing something as simple as eating? Rarity thought. Then started eating to hide her blush. They sat quietly eating their cake and drinking their milk. Once they were done, Rarity cleaned up the dishes. "Are you ready, darling?" Rarity asked. "Yes," Pinkie said. Rarity led Pinkie to a work area and said, "Get on the stand and we can begin." Pinkie got up on the stand so Rarity could do her work. Rarity floated over her red work glasses and placed them on her snout. "Why do you have to wear those while you work? You are too cute already," Pinkie thought and turned her head to hide her blush. "Pinkie, I need you to look at me so I can make this dress," Rarity said. "Oh, shoot, hopefully she doesn't notice," Pinkie thought, reluctantly turning her head to face Rarity. "That's better, thank you, darling," Rarity said. "Good, she doesn't seem to have noticed," Pinky looked at Rarity. She was levitating different shades of pink fabric above Pinky's coat. You could do this, Pinky. All you have to do is stand here while the mare you have a crush on is a mere foot away. Unknowingly being cute, Pinky thought, gulping. Rarity had chosen the main fabric for the dress while Pinky was thinking and was cutting it in the shape of the main dress layer. Once Rarity had finished cutting it, she laid it on Pinky's back and started staring at Pinky. Why is she staring at me like that? That doesn't look like a I'm making a dress kind of look, Pinky thought. Rarity stopped staring and floated a sizable piece of fabric in front of her face for a few seconds. When she moved it away, Pinky could notice the barest hint of a blush on Rarity's cheeks. Why is she hiding her face? What's going on? Pinky wondered. Rarity moved the fabric around Pinky's back as to level it out. Pinky stopped paying attention to what Rarity was doing, lost in her thoughts. How long will this take? I don't know how long I can last. I need to tell her. Yeah, I'll do it after we're done making the dress. I can't hide my feelings any longer. There, Rarity said. It looks absolutely beautiful. And so do you, she thought. The dress was pink with 2 layers, one going to within an inch of the floor and 2 going halfway down the dress. It had light blue stitching about an inch from the bottom of each layer that ran along the dress. Going from one side to the other on her chest was a darker pink ribbon with a light blue bow in the centre. Rarity led Pinky over to a mirror so she could see her work. Rarity, it looks amazing! I'm sure whoever gets it will love it, Pinky said happily. Well, there is something I wanted to ask you, Rarity said, fidgeting a bit. Oh, there's something I want to ask you too. Can I go first? Pinky asked. Sure, Rarity replied. What else could she want to ask me at a time like this? Rarity thought. Would you like to go out with me? Pinky asked, looking nervous. Rarity stood for half a second. Did she just ask me out? Yes, Rarity answered, leaning forward to hug Pinky in a tight hug. Pinky returned the hug. I was actually about to ask you the same thing, believe it or not, Rarity said, pulling away from the hug with a slight blush on her face. Wow, that's amazing, Pinky said with a giant smile on her face. The dress is yours. There never was a client. I made them up. I'm sorry I lied. I just wanted to surprise you with a dress, Rarity said. Pinky's mouth hung open for a second. Then she closed it and started tearing up. Oh, thank you, Rarity. You're the best. She wrapped Rarity in a tight hug. They pulled away from the hug and stared into each other's eyes, not speaking. They slowly moved their heads closer until their lips met. They held the kiss for a long while, both parties releasing weeks of pent-up lust and passion into the kiss. Once they were done, they leaned back and just stared at each other for a moment. Hey, you know what this calls for? Pinky asked with a big smile on her face. Rarity gulped and said, a party? Spit by Flying Fantasy Horse.
I am so happy. I'm just a small little filly who likes dresses and pretty mares. One day, I want to be just like them and get a job in modelling. They will take pictures of me in my pretty dresses that I designed myself. I'll be on billboards and I'll have my own girly cologne. Every pony will love me. I'll be the greatest model ever. Not that my parents agree. My parents are good ponies. They just don't like me. I don't know why, because I have never done anything wrong in my life. They still think that I'm a bad filly. My daddy thinks I should be more like my mummy, who works at a sewing place. She doesn't design pretty dresses like the ones that I see in my magazine, but they are still great. Sometimes she makes dresses for me. I look stunning in them when I pose in front of the mirror. I go to school and learn a lot of things. I know how to multiply up to 20, and I can read good. Sometimes I pretend that I am the smartest pony in all of Equestria. My daddy says that I can't read worth a donkey's ass. I'm not sure what that means, but I think he doesn't like donkeys. Sometimes he calls me a donkey, but I know I'm not a donkey. I'm a pony, just like every pony else. The only thing I don't like about school is sometimes they make fun of me. Some ponies don't think I'm beautiful. They are beautiful, but I'm not. They have lots of bits, and I don't. They can buy a lot of pretty dresses, and sometimes they go into beauty competitions and win gold medals. I wish I could win a gold medal, but I'm not beautiful enough. I asked my mother if I can enter some, but she says they are a waste of time. My daddy said if I was beautiful, I would be making this family a lot more money. My mummy and daddy fight a lot. They don't agree on some things, and they start throwing things. When they do that, I go into my room and play with my dolls. I brush their hair and make them beautiful. Sometimes I pretend that one of the dolls is me, and I meet a beautiful and handsome prince. He takes me away into his castle, and we love each other until we get old. Then my daddy comes in, and then he hits me in the head. One day, my class went on a field trip to a museum. We went into this exhibit about Nightmare Moon. The story is that Princess Celestia and Princess Luna fought each other because Luna got mad at Celestia. She turned into Nightmare Moon and tried to defeat Celestia. Celestia defeated Nightmare Moon and banished her to the moon. She still isn't out of the moon, which I thought was weird because this happened almost 1,000 years ago. Anyways, we went to the exhibit and there was a large sculpture of Princess Celestia. She looked so pretty and the sun above her shined like a pot of gold. She looked down at me, smiling at me. She was so beautiful and her mane was sparkling. She was sparkling and I couldn't help but touch the sculpture. Then something bad happened. The sculpture started wiggling and it dropped to the floor, breaking into small pieces. I was surprised because I didn't know that was going to happen. The group looked at me and laughed. I felt so embarrassed. One of the teachers got mad at me and got my parents. Then my parents got mad at me, especially my daddy. He turned red and yelled at me in front of my class. I cried and they took me home. My daddy started hitting me and it stung like a bee. My mummy told him not to hit me, but he pushed her away and called her a word that I didn't know what it meant. I was still crying and my face hurt. My father kept hitting me and I was pushed to the floor. Some blood came out from my mouth and I could feel a cut opening up on my cheek. She held me and spanked me. I was crying so hard because everything hurt. He stopped after that and sent me downstairs and locked me in there. After that, I got news of something amazing. I was going to have a little sister. I got so excited that I was jumping around the house. I was so happy. Then I got hit for making so much noise. I didn't care. I was having a baby sister. It was amazing. My mother said that she was coming soon. Since she didn't tell me earlier, my father wasn't really excited. He said that he wanted a boy. Then the day came. Mother was in the hospital with Daddy and I sat in there. The hospital smelled funny and there was a lot of ponies and wheelchairs with bandages. Daddy said that this was where ponies went when they got hurt. I asked him why I never went there since I got hurt a lot at home. He didn't reply to me. Mother was screaming too loud. Daddy went into the room where Mummy was and he left me outside. Soon I could hear the cries of a baby. Daddy told me to come inside. Mummy had tears in her eyes and she was holding a bundle of blankets. Daddy smiled a little. I stared at the bundle as a small baby cried. She was so cute and beautiful. Mother looked at Daddy and asked her what her name would be. He said he didn't know. He said he wanted a boy. After that, I went back to school. Mother stayed at home to take care of the baby. Everything went back to normal after that. I got good grades after that. But then one day something bad happened. It was recess and I was playing by myself with my dolls that I brought from home. Some girl came over to me where I was sitting and asked me what I was doing. I said I was playing with my dolls. One girl took one of my dolls and gave it to the other girls. I got mad and told her to give it back to me. She said that I was too old to be playing with dolls. I said that I wasn't. She said that I should dip my head in mud so I can look prettier. I hated her for that, and I was getting more angry. They all laughed at me and played with my doll. I didn't know what happened next, but one of the girls started crying and running to one of the teachers. The other girl stared at me for something I didn't know. She told the teacher that I punched her. The teacher got mad again and got me to the principal's office. She got mad at me and got my parents to come over. The only one available was my mother because my daddy was out in the town. She didn't really get mad at me, but my daddy did. He didn't come home until it was dark out. His hair was messy and he was walking really funny. I almost started laughing, but my mother told him what happened that day. Daddy stared at me and started turning red. He walked to me and told me to go to my room. He would meet me there. I went to my room and wondered what was happening. My mother started yelling at my father in the other room, but he told her to shut up. Then I heard a slap, and my mother didn't talk anymore. It sounded like she was crying. Then my daddy came into my room. He closed the door, and it made a clicking sound. He had some rope in his one hoof, and he had some cloth, but I didn't know what they were for. He said that I was a bad girl. I told him that the girls were being mean to me, but he told me to shut up. I listened, and he started walking towards me. He told me to get on the bed. I went on the bed, and then he told me to stretch my legs. I did that, and he started tying my front legs to my bed. He took out the cloth and put it around my mouth. I started to groan, but he yelled at me. Then he said that I was about to become a real mare. I didn't know what that meant, but he started hitting me. I started crying, but I couldn't scream because the cloth was in my mouth. I tried to get away from the rope, but they were tight and they hurt. Then I heard my sister crying. I tried getting off the bed, but my daddy kept me down. He was right over me and he kept hitting me. I kicked him right around his back legs, and he screamed in pain. He fell off the bed and stumbled around my room. He looked dizzy. Then suddenly he fell into my window, and it broke into many tiny little pieces. Daddy was bleeding, and he wasn't moving. I started screaming, wondering if my daddy was okay. My door opened, and my mother came in. She untied me and freed me from my bed. Then she looked at my daddy and screamed. There was a knock on the front door, and my mother told me to stay with my daddy. She went to the front door and started screaming again. I went to see what was the matter, and I saw my mother being chained up by other ponies. I screamed and told the ponies to stop it. One pony started walking towards me, but I ran away. I still heard my sister screaming, and I went into her room. She was crying in a crib in her blanket. I hushed her and wrapped her up in a bundle. The stallion was coming into the room. I opened up the window and sneaked away. I ran with my sister. There was ponies running behind me, but I was faster. I took a corner and hid in the bushes. Those ponies became confused and kept searching for me. My sister started to cry, but I hushed her. I told her that everything was going to be okay. She stared at me with those cute eyes and started to fall asleep in my arms. My parents were gone, but I was happy. They were bad ponies and they hurt me. They didn't name her, but I named her Sweetie Belle. I thought it was fitting because she was such a sweetie, and Belle came from one of my favourite models, Diamond Belle. I'm so happy.
Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark. Mommy shark do 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 do, mommy shark do 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 do, mommy shark do 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 do, mommy shark.
Falling in Love Again by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight obsessed over the reflection in the mirror. She reared herself up on the sink, staring at the myriad of imperfections apparent to her. She never felt most of them, but that didn't make them any less real. The wider jaw, the broader shoulders. She pressed an ankle to her neck and chin, feeling the roughness of her fur from puberty slamming into her like a train. It was a little much to hope that her becoming an alicorn would fix all those problems, she supposed. At the very least, the work she could put in, the solutions she could find, all worked much the same. Rather than staring at each little imperfection any longer, Twilight pushed herself back and took in her entire self. Up close, she could easily spot every little detail that might paint her as something other than a mare. Further out, she could see a more complete picture, and the myriad of problems almost disappeared. She could still see them, of course. She knew where to look. If her face were a map, she could give coordinates on every hated geographic point from memory. But further away, she didn't see an atlas of disgust and shame. It had taken her years and plenty of love from friends, as well as learning to love herself again. She was a painting, with new coats of paint being applied over and over, altering and improving the original work, but never replacing it. She'd grown her mane out in the years since she came to Ponyville. She had let Rarity do her makeup, to hide some of the things she disliked, and to emphasize what she did. Her eyes, for one, and the shape of her mouth. Twilight grinned, and the feelings of discomfort and shorty in who she was intensified. Rarity called from the other side of the door, gently knocking as she did. It startled Twilight out of her thoughts, but she quickly turned and unlocked it, opening up the door to the rest of the boutique, to Rarity standing there before her. "You were in there for a while, darling," said Rarity. "Is everything all right?" She tilted her head just a little, an eyebrow raised a fraction. Her voice took on a familiar tone as she asked the question, and Twilight knew what she was really asking. She felt glad she didn't have to lie for once in a long while. "Never better," said Twilight. "Thanks for doing my makeup. You know I'm hopeless with this stuff." She leaned in and down, pecking Rarity's nose, and the seamstress flushed and chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Besides, you're still getting used to this stuff. I had several decades to put it all together and become the professional I am." Rarity made a small gesture with her head, and the two mares walked back down the stairs and toward the main floor of the boutique. "Most of the others are about ready, by the way. Applejack's just helping the little ones get some face paint done." She pulled a face, a stuck-out tongue and played-up grimace. There was still a smile mixed into it. Face paint is always so tacky. And makeup isn't? Twilight asked teasingly. Rarity growled lightly, then tossed her mane back and held up her nose. That's different, you know that. Twilight giggled and nodded. Yeah, I know. Still, they're both about making yourself look different, and can be about hiding yourself and celebrating something. What sort of face paintings have they gone for? Rarity opened her mouth, then cringed as she heard a crash, and a little orange filly fell out of a swinging door. The door smacked against the wall, and Rarity frowned. Scootaloo? The little Pegasus blinked, then scrambled onto her hooves. She had 2 little squares of paint on her cheeks, one pink, blue, and white, and the other in shades of orange and purple. Sorry, Rarity. I hope I didn't break anything. The door was pulled away from the wall, and Rarity ducked around it. There was a slight tensing in Rarity's shoulders, and Scootaloo shuffled back against Twilight's legs. A moment later, Rarity relaxed as she stepped back. I broke something, didn't I? Scootaloo asked. Twilight placed her hoof onto the filly's shoulder, and she tensed up for a moment. Rarity shook her head. Nothing Sweetie Belle hasn't already done herself, she said. Think nothing of it. Today is meant to be fun. That said, Rarity's expression turned a little more serious, though her grin remained. Please try to keep the rambunctiousness out of my house for now, Scootaloo nodded and buzzed her wings. I promise I'll behave until we leave, she said, and she went through the motions of a pinky promise. She took a few steps back to the door, then paused before whirling around to look back at Twilight. Hey, want to get some flags painted too? Like yours? Twilight asked the Pegasus. Rarity glanced up and down between Twilight and Scootaloo, and as the alicorn grinned and answered, yes, the seamstress let out a small groan. Ponyville was full of noise, since Twilight's castle had sprouted from the ground, making the once small and sleepy little town a centre of tourism and the home of friendship and harmony. Now it saw far more celebrations. Twilight had seen parades like this in Canterlot once in a while. She never paid that much attention to them, having refused to accept who she was. Now she felt her heart swell up like a balloon and try to lift her off the ground. She understood a little of what it must have been like to be Pinky on an average day. The market was much busier than usual. On top of the usual food stalls, there were booths for games and activities. The space that was usually reserved for just the Apple family's little cart was now a marquise, and several booths selling apple-flavoured treats and a few more rural-styled activities that could be safely practiced in the town centre. Twilight recognised only a hooful of the extended family, and only one by name. Twilight insisted on paying Apple Fritter the bits for the pair of candied apples she picked, and then gave Rarity one of them. Apples, there's something new, Rarity said flatly, though she chuckled a moment later regardless, and tried to delicately bite into it. It was, unfortunately, just a little too large and glossy for her to simply nibble, forcing her to take a larger bite and get some caramel stuck to her cheek. It left a silly orange streak right beneath the purple and pink heart painted below Rarity's eye. Twilight chuckled and took a braver bite herself. It didn't help keep her face clean. She hadn't even swallowed her first bite before she felt a napkin prodding at the side of her face and wiping the melted sugar off. Honestly, Twilight, you can be so messy sometimes. She made sure Twilight's face was clean, then tended to her own sticky fur. A lady doesn't take big bites out of her food. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a lady then, said Twilight, taking on a slightly more serious tone. Rarity paused, then frowned. Twilight, don't... I'm not a lady. I'm a princess. Twilight smirked, then Rarity rolled her eyes before giving her mare friend a small shove. You are insufferable sometimes, you know that? Twilight shuffled back beside Rarity, their bodies touching, and she flicked her tail around to fall into Rarity's tightly spun coil. You love it, really. No, I do not, Rarity protested, and Twilight kept smirking, using her height to loom down onto Rarity. Okay, maybe a little. A lot. Stop smirking at me like that. Twilight giggled and kissed Rarity on the forehead. I can't help it. You're cute when you pout. Rarity pouted harder, opened her mouth to say something, then took a large, unladylike bite out of her candied apple. This just made Twilight laugh again and grin. She watched Rarity eat as they walked, remembering to take a bite from her treat every once in a while. Somewhere ahead, Fluttershy was chaperoning the Crusaders, helping them out of too much trouble, though they did get a few stern words thrown at them from the odd stall owner, and even Rarity herself. The girls tossed back apologies, and frowns turned to smiles as they let off their energy elsewhere, and slowly bankrupted Fluttershy as they collected balloons and trinkets and snacks aplenty. Despite that, and despite the noise, the volume of the ponies around them, Twilight couldn't take her focus off of Rarity, and off of herself. She chewed on another mouthful of her apple, and reflected on what her life was like before, how dark and bleak it was. Despite how good and capable she was, maybe it was only such compared to the bright, gleaming hope and love she saw in Rarity and her other friends, but it was definitely much better now. Rarity caught Twilight's stare, and another errant smear of caramel. She floated up another tissue. What's on your mind, Twilight? Twilight made a small noise. You've got that look about you, like you're thinking too hard. Rarity chuckled. Reminds me of the times I caught myself snagged by my muse. Maybe not quite the same. She ensured Twilight's cheek was sparkling clean once more. Do you want to share? Twilight hummed, then shrugged. I'm just thinking how much I love everything right now. She gently bumped Rarity, making her drop her appleless stick, though Twilight caught it before it hit the floor. You especially, of course. But just in general too. The girls, all the other friends we have, everything seems so sunny. She bit her lip. That sounds sappy, doesn't it? Rarity gently bumped her cheek against Twilight's, and the little electric shock of love and acknowledgement made the hair on Twilight's back stand up. Not at all, love. Rarity stopped and turned to face Twilight head on. Twilight did the same and took another bite from the remains of her apple. Loving being alive isn't sappy, it's wonderful and delightful. It reminds me that the mare I fell in love with is worth all my effort and attention. Twilight gently ran a hoof in circles on the floor. You think so? I know so. I know you have a unique experience with life. She then leaned up, kissing Twilight's lips. They held together for a few moments, and then the sticky sugar pulled apart as they separated. It's good to know that despite that, you've taken to life like you've taken to every dress I give you. It fits you perfectly and brings me an endless amount of joy to see. Twilight's heart almost burst, and they kissed again. Oh, my head! Where am I? Celestia wakes up in a pitch black room. Her body feels heavy as though she was neck deep in thick mud. She tries to light her horn, but when the magic reaches her horn, a surge of electrical pain erupts through her mind. making her wince in pain. Did something happen to her? The last thing she remembers was going to bed last night. She tries to move one of her forelegs. However, her body felt so heavy that she might as well be trying to lift a mountain. She pants with exhaustion as she relents her failed attempt of mobility. All she could do was wait. The minutes pass by like hours. The silence is maddening. Laying there in the darkness, Princess Celestia contemplates her situation. Her mind races with thoughts as to whom it could be that could bind her in such a manner. If she were 1,000 years younger, she could break out of whatever these bindings were that held her, and make her captor pay dearly for their transgression. However, that was not the case. She was no longer the battle-hardened warrior she once was. This past millennia of relative peace has made her soft. In truth, she only has a little more than above average strength. It wouldn't take much for a new foe to overpower her these days. Celestia takes in a deep breath, and with her old Canterlot voice, she yells into the dark. "Is some pony out there? I demand that you let me go this instant!" The air vibrates as Celestia's powerful voice echoes off the unseen walls. As the echo finally dies down, Celestia waits for a response. Silence is the only thing that answers her demands. Her ears begin to twitch in annoyance. As whatever kind of joke this was, it was no longer funny. She was about to shout again, when a faint echo of hoof steps prick at her ears. Finally! The steps get closer, then stop a few feet away. A sound of locks clicking, then a beam of light illuminates the dark as the door opens. Celestia's eyes adjust to the light. When they do, her heart alleviates. Standing in the doorway was Rarity with a set of keys. "Rarity, thank the gods, release me, and let's get out of here." "Release you? But darling, that would be so uncouth. You are my guest of honor. It wouldn't be polite to let you leave before the party even begins. What are you?" Rarity's horn lights up, and several blue torches ignite along the walls. Celestia squints to shield herself from the sudden burst of bright light. When it seemed to be over, she opens her eyes, and what she sees makes her heart sink. A mirror directly across her showing her reflection. Her body was being held tightly in place by ethereal chains. "I do hope you like the accommodations, Your Highness. I had to find some place where we wouldn't be interrupted." "What is the meaning of this, Rarity?" "I can't imagine what you mean, darling. We are simply having a delightful little chat between Your Highness and I." "I guess we have different tastes in what we consider little chats." Quite. "Listen, Rarity, this is obviously some sort of misunderstanding, so why don't you just let me go and let bygones be bygones?" "A little misunderstanding? Oh no, I can assure you this is by no means a misunderstanding. We have business to discuss." Rarity's disposition changes slightly as she begins to circle to Celestia like a predator stalking wounded prey. The phantom chains tighten their grip on Celestia, making her let out short, gasping screams. "Oh, what's wrong, darling? Too tight? Well, don't worry, by the end of the night you won't even notice." "Why are you doing this, Rarity?" Rarity teleports herself right in front of Celestia's face with an expression Celestia knew all too well. It is an expression she has seen more times than she cares to admit. Madness. "Why? Why? Because this was always meant to be. Oh, I may be admired in Ponyville, but you are adored. You are worshipped as a goddess throughout all of Equestria. You have what rightfully should be mine. I have tried to rise to the station which a pony of my radiance deserves, but no matter how hard I try, you will always be above me. This will stand no longer." Her horn once again lights up, and within her magic a tome bound in black leather appears. Celestia's eyes narrow as she immediately recognizes the book in question. "Where did you get that?" "It doesn't matter, Princess. As a matter of fact, after tonight nothing will." The book flies open to a pictogram of some sort of ritual. Celestia couldn't tell which though. After all, the book in question was filled with such things. Her attention though is quickly brought back to Rarity as she conjures a razor-sharp scalpel. Rarity inspects it and with a wicked grin sticks her tongue out licking its edge. Rivulets of blood run out of her mouth and down her pristine white coat. Getting right up into Celestia's face, Rarity smiles, showing her now red teeth. "Let's get started, shall we?" The chains pull at Celestia, forcing her to stretch to her fullest length. They position her at an angle so her hind hooves were just hovering above the cold floor. Celestia's eyes swell as she is forced to look at her captor Rarity in the eyes as she draws the blade closer to her chest. "Please, don't do... Ah!" Celestia screams as the blade slowly pierces her chest. Blood flows freely as Rarity effortlessly draws the blade all the way down her barrel. She stops just above her hip, looking back up to Celestia. Rarity forces the blade to go deeper into her. Twisting the blade, she revels in Celestia's screams of agony. With a slurp, she pulls out. Once free, large amounts of blood start to pour out of the wound, pooling under her. Like a machine, Rarity makes precise surgical cuts along Celestia's curves. Cut after cut, she draws lines of blood as if they were creating a template for a dress. As she makes her last cut, Rarity steps back to examine her handiwork. The long crimson lines look as if they dance around the mare's regal curves and musculature. Are you enjoying the festivities so far, Princess? It took me forever to make the proper accommodations for a lady of your stature, but I think I have truly outdone myself. Oh, wait, where are my manners? Here, Princess, let me take your coat. Rarity trots behind Celestia. Her horn lights up, and several thick chains descend from the ceiling. With long hooks at the end of each chain, Rarity methodically digs the hooks into Celestia's body. When the last hook was firmly planted into Celestia, she looked more like a puppet suspended by her strings. Her horns light up, and a terrible sound begins to echo through the room as the chains begin to pull at Celestia's body. The cuts begin to widen and tear under the strain. Celestia's screams reach a new level of intensity as the skin around her hooves begins to pull itself away from muscle and bone. Blood pours out from her body as the chains continue to pull her skin off at her deliberately slow pace. The chains hum their sick and twisted melody as Celestia struggles with all of her might to save herself. With one such jerk, her skin tore away from her flanks, exposing her lower half to the cold air. Her body violently spasms as pain bites deep into her bleeding flesh. Rarity simply laughs as she watches her victim struggle for her life. She especially enjoyed watching her intestines spill out from her stomach as the chains pull her skin all the way up to her wings. The chains begin to bounce up and down as they try to pull around her wings. When it came clear that they couldn't progress any further, Rarity lights her horn and pulls a rusty hacksaw from a shadowed corner. With utter glee, Rarity smiles as she soars through Celestia's wings, relishing in the feeling of royal blood covering her face. The wings that once graced the Princess of the Sun fall to the wayside like leaves in the autumn air. Celestia could no longer scream, nor cry as she simply hung there, her vision all but gone. She has lost too much blood. The pain has nearly killed her. Even if by some miracle she survived this, she would never be the same. Rarity, however, has other plans for her. Using her magic, she causes the blood that covered the floor to recede back into its host. Celestia gasps for breath as she regains consciousness. Why are you doing this, Rarity? Because we are not done yet, Your Highness, and we would be most remiss if the guest of honor missed the grand finale of this wonderful soiree. With that, the chains fully remove her skin. The ethereal chains that held her in place dissipate, letting her collapse to the floor. Celestia, through tear-filled eyes, looks up to see her skin hanging there in front of her. A once proud coat of glistening white fur, now a bloodied shell of its former glory. When her eyes fell upon her blood-stained cutie mark, Celestia's heart broke. Oh, what's wrong, Your Highness? Don't you like my new dress? I know it is a little rough right now, but don't worry, it won't look like that by the end of the night. As a matter of fact, I want you to see this part. It is something special. Using her magic, Rarity holds Celestia's head in place as she stands in front of her. Once she was standing directly underneath the chains, they lower the bloodied hide, draping it over her like a cloak. Once securely placed around her, a haunting melody fills the air as light pours from the black book. The torn edges of skin begin to melt and weave themselves back together. As the last piece melts back into place, the sound of bones cracking resonates in the air. Two long spikes explode out of Rarity's back. Feathers quickly grew, forming wings. Then her once beautiful blue mane and tail begin to change hue. Now a myriad of rainbow hues shift and shimmer. Celestia wishes she could puke, but with her intestines splayed out underneath her, that wasn't going to be possible. What laid before her was something out of a nightmare. Where Rarity once stood, now stands a perfect replica of her. Her height, her frame, her cutie mark, even her magical aura, a perfect replica. Then what came next was the coup de grace. She spoke in her voice. Hehehe, don't worry, Celestia, I will be an excellent princess. You unfortunately won't be around to see it. Would you like to know tomorrow's headline? Firing Girls Carousel Boutique, one pony found dead. The fox Celestia leaves the room, laughing maniacally. She closes the door, engulfing the dying Celestia in complete and utter darkness. Rarity's No Good, Horrible, Very Bad Day by Dark Cyan. This was a nightmare. Thankfully not the one where she finally had a chance to present her latest fashion line in Manhattan and got laughed off the stage as a small town country fraud because all her beautiful dresses had turned into dirty old overalls that even Applejack would refuse to wear. But surely there was no other explanation than nightmare for her current predicament, standing in a damp, dark, musty old cavern. And yes, Rarity could clearly remember how she got here. Sapphire Shaw's visit, sweet-talking Spike into coming gem hunting with her, getting dragged down a terrible dirty hole and tossed into this, honestly calling it a room was giving it entirely too much credit. There wasn't a decoration or piece of furniture in sight, just rock walls and a barred door that looked like it was only held together by rust. Was it a cell? Had she been kidnapped? That just wasn't done. No, this clearly must be a nightmare. She paced the length of the cell, but it was as bare as it had appeared at first glance. A tug at the door with her magic confirmed that it was shut tightly and probably locked. Maybe Applejack could have kicked it down if she were here. I wish my friends were here. Well, maybe not here. This cell was awfully small. It'd be entirely too cramped with everyone else in it too. But Applejack probably would kick the door down, or Rainbow Dash would come up with some exciting plan that would probably involve her flying circles around the dogs, or Fluttershy would find a mole to talk to that could dig a path out of here before they came back. She could dig too, couldn't she? Rarity approached the farthest, dankest corner of the cell. Closed her eyes and pawed at the ground. Shuddered, reopened her eyes and checked her hoof over carefully. It was covered in at least 3 layers of dirt, but her pony petty still looked safe. One eye tentatively opened this time. She tried again. There was a little bit of a dent in the dirt now. Oh, this was impossible. Surely Spike had escaped at least. Dependable little Spike. He'd have run straight back to Twilight and told her everything, and surely Twilight would have a plan to rescue her. She had a plan for everything. If Spike had escaped, maybe they kidnapped him too. Or worse. The cell door creaked, and Rarity whirled to face it as 3 of the horrible dogs, her kidnappers, entered. The hole! Dent! Whatever, she couldn't let them see it. What if they realized she'd been trying to escape? Distract them. She had to distract them somehow. Pleading might work. Playing helpless? She opened her eyes wide and blinked up at them. Oh, please let me go. But they were still approaching, and the wall. She couldn't back up any further, and now her tail was probably messed up and dirty too. And she simply couldn't stay here forever. She'd never survive. Wait, all they wanted was her to find some gems for them. This was still no way to conduct a proper business transaction, and she certainly wouldn't accept any further commissions from them if they came knocking at her door in the future. But if that was all it took to get them to let her go, she concentrated for a moment. And the cave around her lit up from her gem sensing spell. She even took a moment to pick the largest nearby cluster. Let no one say she wasn't generous, before trotting over and marking it. There, now all this horrible business could be done with, and she could treat it like a passing nightmare it really ought to have been, and now there was another dog, and he was pointing a spear at her. They wanted her to dig up the gems herself? That's what she had Spike for. Spike. She still hadn't seen him. Surely that meant he had escaped. That he wasn't shut up somewhere else in this horrible dungeon, but back home gathering the others and rushing to her rescue. All she needed to do was hold on a little while longer. She steeled herself and pawed lightly at the ground. The dirt was softer out here than in the cell, and her pony Petty still seemed to be unharmed. She could do this. Just a few more times, she was sure of it. It never seemed to take all that long for Spike to dig gems up. And the Diamond Dogs didn't understand, because of course they wouldn't. It didn't look like any of their claws had ever been within the same neighbourhood as a salon. But she simply couldn't chip a hoof. Not only would she be the laughing stock of the town, but it had been such a nice afternoon. Fluttershy had joined her, and Rarity had told her all about her newest project, the outfit that Sapphire Shores herself had said just earlier today that she wanted to order. She simply must tell Fluttershy about that the next time she saw her. If she got out of here, if she ever saw her friends again. No. Rarity pawed at the ground with slightly more emphasis. She would get out of here. She must. Somehow. Oh, for goodness! Fine, just stop! Rarity was too much of a lady to show her surprise, of course, as her clearly reasonable objections convinced the ringleader dogs to order their minions to dig for the gems in her place. She minced backwards, away from the dust being kicked up. She was sure she was already covered in the horrid stuff, but that was no reason not to avoid getting even dirtier. Maybe if they were willing to see reason about her pony petty, this wouldn't be so bad. She still couldn't possibly stay here forever, of course, but if she could hold out until her friends got here... Her coat was ruined. Her skin itched where the dog's horrid rancid nails had scratched her. What if they had fleas? What if they'd given her fleas? And the harness was horrid and rusted and heavy, and she did not pull carts like a common workhorse. She was no Applejack to take some strange pleasure in hard manual labour. How could she be expected to do anything in these conditions? Applejack, you need to stop being so damn fussy, Rarity remembered her saying at that utter mess of a slumber party that had turned out surprisingly fun in the end. And help me move the one big thing here that actually matters. The one big thing was getting out of here. But this cave system was just so large. Even if Spike managed to lead them back to the hole that they'd dragged her down, how would they even find her? With so much to search, she needed to make noise somehow, ideally something that would be recognisably her. The dogs had stopped trying to make her shudder, dig, even if they then inflicted her with this horrifying harness. So maybe having appropriate standards, she was not fussy, thank you very much, was exactly what this particular situation called for. She was not Fluttershy with a singing voice so beautiful it was honestly a travesty she refused to sing in public. But she knew a few things about picture projection. A lady, of course, would never yell, but she could certainly ensure that each and every one of these dogs knew exactly what she thought of this operation and the role they were forcing her into. And if that helped her friends find her, even better. And it did seem to be having an effect on the dogs too. The smallest one in particular seemed to be twitching increasingly with each comment she made. She could see the moment he cracked, twisting and pulling at his ears and telling her to be quiet. They'd stopped making her dig earlier. Maybe they'd stopped making her pull the cart if she pushed just a little bit. Whining! Whining! They thought her very reasonable complaints were whining, that it hurt their precious ears. She'd show them whining that hurt. One dove for cover, the other two flinched away, and one finally broke and implored her, "Stop whining!" Well, no sibling, lady or not, could let an opening that obvious pass her by. Rarity took a deep breath, tossed her head back, petulantly stomped her hooves several times for good measure, and whined with all her might. "But I thought you wanted whining!" Now, this was more like it. Yes, the water wasn't sparkling, and she was carefully refraining from thinking too hard about how well the goblet had been washed. It at least looked clean, and the cave was still dark and dank and full of dirt, and she still wanted more than anything to just go home. But at least the ribbons helped brighten the place up a bit, and her entire operation was clearly running far more smoothly with her in charge. Now she just needed to convince them that they didn't need her around to find gems for them, and that she'd whipped their processes into shape. Honestly, how could you not keep records of where the best veins usually were? Just because she had a spell that could help her pinpoint the gem's location when she found a good source was no excuse for being sloppy. And surely they'd let her go this time. She might not even need her friends to come find her. Yes, things were really looking up, especially now that she no longer had that awful harness on her What? Rarity turned her head, hoping her senses were deceiving her. But no, that horrid mutt had just attached a dirty, rusted thing even tighter than before. And her water, she couldn't drink it off the ground. It'd be mud, and her whining suddenly wasn't working. Shah! Mule! And he slapped her flank. What sort of monster did that? She could feel the tears welling at the edges of her eyes. She'd been trying so hard, and maybe her friends weren't coming after all. Maybe they thought she was just as annoying as the dogs did, just went along because it was easier than telling her to go away. Maybe they were glad to be rid of her. Maybe she'd be stuck here forever with these horrible stinky dogs who thought she was a mule. Though of course they would, with how terribly unkempt she must surely be now. "Don't be silly, silly!" Pinkie Pie's voice rang in her head, so clearly that for a moment she expected her vivacious friend to appear from mid-air. Sure, her friends annoyed her sometimes, but that didn't mean they weren't still her friends. And if they were all still friends with Applejack, who Rarity swore sometimes spent the entirety of apple bucking season looking like a mess just to spite her, surely, even if she did look like a mule now, she didn't think laughter would do anything but confuse these brutes. Sorry, Pinkie. But maybe, if whining didn't work anymore, crying would. One of the armoured dogs stuck his head through a hole in the ceiling. "Intruders!" "Well, what are you waiting for? Deal with them!" the tallest of the diamond dogs snapped. The other dog yelped and disappeared from sight. Rarity cleared her throat, doing her best to keep the flare of hope from showing on her face. "As I was saying, it's particularly important to have an effective system for storing your records. If you can't find anything, that's no better than having no records in the first place, and you simply must find somewhere that is adequately dry. In this muck, any paper will turn into a mouldy mess in no time at all." The small brown dog was twisting his ears again. Really? And here she was, generously offering genuinely useful advice when she didn't actually have to. She could go back to complaining about her breath, which, by the way, really was still horrendous. She pouted, letting tears well up in her eyes again. "Ah, are you ignoring me?" No, Miss Rarity," all three dogs said hastily. Then the smallest one groaned. I can't take it anymore. Even intruders would be better than this." And before Rarity could reply further, he turned and ran, and the other two hot on his heels. Rarity blinked several times, somewhat nonplussed. And was that crashing noises? Well, only one way to find out. She followed after the dogs at a much more genteel pace, arriving just in time for Spike to toss a stalactite. She wondered what that was all about, on the ground, and rush over to hug her. She smiled down at him, then at each of her friends in turn. It was so good to see them all again. "Hello, girls." And if the dogs really were as desperate to get rid of her as they sounded, perhaps they wouldn't mind giving her a little going away present. "I can't believe you found all these gems. I can't believe you tricked all those dogs." Sunlight, with the sun shining on her, surrounded by her friends, Rarity almost didn't care anymore that she still had that horrid harness on. The cart really was a bit too large for Spike to pull, and sometimes sacrifices must be made on behalf of her art. She smiled at Rainbow Dash. "I had them wrapped around my hoop the entire time," making even the most difficult task appear simple and effortless was the ladylike thing to do. After all, it really wouldn't do to admit that she had, just for a moment, had even the teensiest bit of doubt in her friends. "What should we do with the carts?" Twilight asked once all the gems were properly stored away. "Burn them for all I care," Rarity declared, shuddering. She checked several times in her mirrors as she passed, and although her mane and coat were just as much of a mess as she had feared, it didn't look like the rust had left stains. Still, she should probably check again. Really, the only thing that would make her feel properly clean again would be... Actually, that was a brilliant idea. even more brilliant than crying about being ugly had turned out to be. "We should go to the spa," Rarity said. "My treat. No, I insist. As thanks for your aid in bringing the gems back." As she trotted spa-wards, the rest of her friends falling in behind, Rainbow groaning in the background, because some ponies had even less taste than Applejack, all was once again right with Rarity's world. Except the fleas. She still needed to check for fleas. The Abuse We Tolerate by Wolfare05. Rarity just went outside her boutique and turned to close the door. She wanted to get some vanilla and blueberry cupcakes for her and Spike. Just as she was about to turn, she saw Twilight heading her way. "Oh, why hello, darling," said Rarity cordially. "Good morning, Rarity," replied Twilight politely. Rarity noted that Twilight was quite fidgety, twirling her hooves on the ground, a clear sign that something was bothering her. Rarity decided to address the situation. "Is something the matter, Twilight? You seem rather agitated. Come on, talk to me." It's just that after you and Spike took your relationship a step further, he moved in with you and I just rarely see him. Don't get me wrong, I'm very happy for you. It's just that..." Twilight trailed off. "Oh, is this what it's all about? Don't worry, I'll tell him to go visit you. But unfortunately, the poor dear isn't feeling very well these days," replied Rarity with a sad tone. "Is he sick? You can tell me, so I can do my best to help him." "I think it's the fact that he is maturing up. And well, he is a dragon. You know how different he is from us ponies." Rarity winked at Twilight. "Oh, okay. I can't wait to see him though. I'm gonna go now. See you later, Rarity, and thanks." "You're welcome, darling," said Rarity, while waving after her friend. Rarity was almost near the Sugar Cube corner, when, on a bench, she saw Lyra and Bonbon. Every pony knew at this point that they were basically a couple, even though at some points they tried to hide it. Rarity instinctively put her hoof on her cheek, which had a slight bruise, that she took enough time to cover with makeup and even her hair if necessary. She frowned slightly, shook her head, and continued her trek towards the sweets shop. She knew her sweet little Drake would love something just as sweet as him. Well, metaphorically speaking at least. As the white mare entered the store, she was greeted by her pink friend that was energetically serving customers left and right. "Rare Bear, I am super duper happy to see you!" exclaimed Pinkie. Rarity knew that all her friends were different and each had their own unique personality and traits, so she just accepted Pinkie's childlike and hyperactive personality. She gently smiled at her. "Hello, Pinkie dear. I just wanted to ask if I can trouble you for some cupcakes." Pinkie silently went to the kitchen and handed Rarity a small paper bag. The other mare checked it out and, surprisingly, the bag contained the cupcakes she wanted to order. "Pinkie, you're amazing. How are you doing that?" Rarity asked with genuine awe in her voice. Pinkie sense, I guess," smirked the pink mare, but then Pinkie frowned a bit and, concerned, asked Rarity. Rarity, not to sound rude or anything, but are you okay? Is your relationship with Spike okay?" Imperceptibly, Rarity stiffened a bit at her friend's sudden question, but she relaxed her body and tried her best to respond in the most nonchalant way she could manage. "Why, what do you mean, dear? I'm perfectly fine, and Spike is too. Our relationship is blooming like a soft, delicate flower in spring." Pinkie still looked concerned, but smiled at her friend and told her, Well, I believe you then. Take care, Rares." And with that she began bouncing happily around the store once again. Rarity bid farewell to her friend and left the store. She frowned slightly as she checked her mental note of things to do before returning to her boutique. She decided that it's better to leave the cupcakes to Spike, and then either work to do other tasks. She began trotting in the direction of the Carousel boutique. "Spike, I'm home," Rarity said in a sing-song voice as she clicked the light of her boutique. She slowly walked in the direction of where she knew she will find Spike. She couldn't wait to see her beloved. "Spike, are you ignoring me? I bought you some cupcakes, my favourite. And now we can... Ew, ew, ew!" Rarity suddenly stepped back and grimaced at the blood that was slowly creeping its way towards her hooves. After examining the blood a bit, she lifted her head and saw its source. Spike! "Oh no, 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 no! Spike!" The mayor opened the gate from his cage and lifted Spike in a magical aura. "Spike, what did you do?" Rarity was both furious and agitated. She tried her best to think of a solution. Take him to the hospital? But what if he wakes up? But what if he dies and she doesn't take him to the hospital? With a determined look, Rarity decided to take him to the Ponyville hospital. Spike groggily woke up. He had no idea where he was, so he slowly turned his head around the room. White. A beeping noise. More white. White with purple. Oh no. Rarity? Asked the Drake warily. "Spike, you're okay," Rarity replied happily. Then her voice changed. "Spike, did you do what I think you did?" She asked him with venom and anger in her voice. Spike shrunk away from her tone. She wasn't scolding him like a mother would scold her bratty foal, or like a friend would scold you when you did something stupid. She was genuinely angry, the type of angry that he saw her be only when her creations were destroyed. "Okay, listen, Spike," Rarity sighed. "How about I take you home, give you some food, prepare you a nice bath? How does that sound?" She asked him, but the tone implied that he had no choice but to accept. He looked at her. He wanted to say something, anything, but he didn't have the strength right now. He believed that a small nod would be enough. Rarity didn't even wait for him. "Alright then, I'll go talk with the doctor." The couple arrived at the boutique after Rarity told the doctors that she would do her best to take care of her Spike. They agreed and told her what to do in order to make his recuperation better. Rarity listened to every advice they gave her, then put Spike in a wheelchair and walked towards her home. It was good that it was starting to get dark, since she didn't really want any pony to see them and start asking questions. She didn't have the energy right now for her friends. She slowly put Spike on her fainting sofa, facing him with a disappointed look. Spike didn't even look at her. "So, after everything I do for you, this is my reward?" Rarity started. Spike gently lifted his head and looked at her. "I forgave you after you left me for that floozy. I don't even remember her name. Drabby or something. I made you my boyfriend. I treated you right. You even hit me when I tried to assault you with kisses." Spike gaped at her. His mouth tried his best to make words, but nothing came out. "Whatever," huffed Rarity. "I'm going to make some tea, be a dear and stay on the sofa. At least now I assume you're too weak and dizzy to try and leave without my permission." Spike began to gently cry. How did things end up like this? Rarity was all that he wanted. She was the most beautiful mare he has ever seen. She represented her element perfectly. She was as kind as Fluttershy and almost as smart as Twilight. He was on cloud 9 when Rarity told him that she wanted him to be her boyfriend. He immediately accepted. After all, this was his dream all along. But things started to change. Rarity became possessive, to the point that he barely spent time with other friends. Rarity justified this by saying that she felt hurt when he spent time with Gabby and that she doesn't want that to happen again. Spike was upset, but he accepted after all. Rarity was the most important person in his life, on the same line with Twilight. But then, things started to take a dark turn when Rarity came home one time and said she wanted a kiss. Spike leaned in, but Rarity instead bit him hard. Spike cried out in pain and looked at her. She was laughing, saying that she heard dragons like it rough, so she wanted to test it. Even after Spike told her this wasn't okay, she insisted, so Spike just panicked and hit her across the face. She looked dumbfounded at him and then started to cry. "How dare you! You hit my beautiful face!" And she hit him back. At first, Spike didn't even realize what happened before Rarity cradled him in her arms. "Oh, Spike, I am so sorry," she said solemnly. "I swear it won't happen again. It was just, I was angry, and how about I give you some high-quality gems? You'd love them." She gently smiled at him and batted her eyelashes in a way that looked almost seductive. At first, Spike was more surprised than upset, but when he saw Rarity like that and how sad and pathetic she looked, he just had to forgive her. She was his girlfriend after all, right? And she loved him. She wanted to protect him and she was probably just misguided. Rarity wanted to learn about dragons and his culture. Good theory, bad practice, he supposed. She was sorry and promised it won't happen again, and of course he promised her that he won't tell their friends. It was a mistake after all, a couple's first true bickering. That was supposed to make your relationship stronger, right? It didn't even occur to him that it was strange when Rarity told him that he has a surprise for him. He used to give her presents too, but it was strange when said present was a cage, a very expensive, high-looking cage that looked like a tiny bedroom, but still a cage. He asked her about it, and she nonchalantly said that it was for him. He asked what she meant, what he was supposed to do to sleep in her bed. But Rarity told him that it was for the times when he was alone, just in case he gets an idea to run away, she said. Spike didn't like this, but Rarity assured him that it was only and only for when she was away. And besides, it was just like a tiny room, just for him. She said that he was supposed to be grateful, and he thanked her. But after some time, Spike started to doubt this relationship. Rarity got mad at him for even the pettiest of things, sometimes even raised her hoof at him, but right before she hit him, she apologized and said she just tried to point at something or gesticulate. It appeared that he was more of a toy rather than a partner. It got worse when Rarity didn't even let him leave her home anymore. Spike was so hopeless and sad that one day decided to do the unthinkable, end his miserable relationship in the most brutal way. He started bashing his head along the cage's bars while thinking about Rarity, his love for her, the decisions he made, her attitude towards him, how useless he felt a lot of times, how unlovable, how something, until he started to lose consciousness. Spike stopped his train of thoughts when Rarity entered the room with a tray and placed a somewhat hot cup of tea in his claws. "Drink, darling. It's primrose tea. It's good for the soul," Rarity said gently. Spike looked at his cup of tea. He didn't particularly like tea, but since Rarity did, he also made it his habit. He slowly took the cup to his lips and drank. The hot, golden liquid tasted sweet and somewhat grassy, but also a bit bitter. Not bad, he thought. He finished his tea faster than Rarity, which daintily sipped her tea with her eyes closed. He put the cup on the tray and lifted his head towards his partner. "Rarity, He swore he wanted to say something this time, but the words refused to come out, not because he didn't want, but because his head felt heavy, the rest of the words that he wanted to say came out slurred, and he slumped in Rarity's lap. The mare wasn't surprised. In fact, she gently stroked his head scales while humming a soft tune. She then looked down at him and smirked. "I am sorry for this, darling, but you really need to learn something. You are mine, and my things are not allowed to break until I decide it."
Caught in a web of deceit, I can't breathe. Rarity's eyes so enchanting, now I see her words like poison, slowly taking over me. I thought it was love, but she had a different degree. Lost in a haze of manipulation and lies, the gaslighting, the torment I can't disguise. I'm trapped in a cage, my freedom denied. Can't see my friends, my life's been minimized. Her beauty's a curse, a deadly disguise. Rarity's charm now twisted, no compromise. I'm suffocating here, drowning in her lies. I'm a prisoner of her love, no escape inside. I'm a tattooed scupper, the Getty that takes lives.
A Cold Heart in a Warm Bed by B25. The rain was cold, and it poured from the darkness above. It pelted the grass as winds froze the area. The boutique toweringly loomed, something impersonal that scared Applejack's very psyche. There was no reason she should be here, outside in the storm, all alone before her friend's door. But, try as she might, she couldn't go home, couldn't wait around in a room, unable to sleep, forced to deal with the feelings and thoughts that kept her awake. They haunted the farmhouse, lurked in the walls and loomed in the ceiling, a pervasive sense that pressed all around it. Nothing good could come from staying there. She had to leave. It was better the storm than absolute silence. Applejack knocked on the door, and then she did so, in a slow, odd rhythm, like a tiled traveller searching for lodgings. The knocks provided different sounds from the winds and rain. Shuffling came from a couch, a clopping of hooves, the sliding of a lock, the squeaking of hinges on wood. Now, whoever could it? Rarity's form appeared behind the door, at first blocking the way, but as recognition lit on the sapphire eyes, the mare opened the door, fully exposed. "Applejack, whatever are you doing out there?" Applejack's mouth opened, but Rarity shook her head. "No, no." Rarity cleared the way and nudged into the darkness of the boutique. "Inside, I'll put on some tea." A few orange candles warmed the interior of the boutique. Rarity had floated over a towel and set another on the couch, leaving to put the kettle on, wanting to warm her friend up, who dried herself off. Applejack nervously sat on the cushion afterward while leaning back. A book and a glass of wine had been set on the table before the couch, another way of surviving the night. The cover was a mare, reaching out to a stallion half submerged into a shadow. Applejack rolled her eyes, scoffing. but something inside couldn't be as harsh. The clicking of cups on plates rattled into the room. Applejack looked afar to see Rarity walking over, a smile with 2 drinks floating beside her, each set on the table, before Rarity took a seat as well. She gave a smile that held back the confusion behind it. "A delight to see you, my dear," Rarity said with an awkward air. "Though you are fortunate that I was awake. Don't you know the time?" Applejack nodded with a swallow. A little mouth kept open, unsure of itself. Reckon it's past the sensible hours you'd expect any knocking?" She rubbed her head and looked around. "Nearly worried myself that you wouldn't be awake." Applejack looked back. "Though I can leave if need be. Wouldn't hurt me now." "Applejack!" Rarity stretched out the name in a sing-song voice. "Sensible hours are for sensible ponies. I'm sure that you and I have shown ourselves to be quite the opposite of that from time to time." A giggle, something self-amused but lightened the air. "I would have rolled out of bed for you. Stay awake the whole night should you need it." Rarity's forelegs crossed over the middle of the couch as she leaned over, sinking into the cushion, lowering beneath Applejack's muzzle. The alabaster unicorn grinned with a glint in her eyes. "I am yours after all." She rose like a white, determined snake, an adorable predator-like expression. "Just like how you are mine." Applejack stiffened but didn't fight it, the delicate lips ascending and tapping and then sealing against her own, a merging softness that rolled her eyes up before sealing them tight. She immersed herself in the kiss, drowned in its delights. Rarity's lips pulled back. Applejack's eyes opened to see her mare friend's annoyed, concerned expression. "Something's bothering you, something critical." She leaned back, licking her lips, wincing. "I can taste it in your kiss." Applejack shivered and turned. Sorry." Hooves touched her shoulders and turned Applejack back around. White forelegs curved around her neck as the fashionista held her close. Rarity's face was an inch away, narrowed in love. "Don't be! That which is troubling you will be the thing that is truly sorry." That had been the reason why Applejack had fallen in love, why she had confessed in a daze and found herself delighted when she came awake. It was the dramatics of the other mare that gave her life, that made things feel like more than what they really were. How the smallest things could be ballooned, how Applejack could be allowed her own dramatics, her own right to fill things to whatever extents her feelings demanded. "But I can understand if you have no idea to talk." Rarity fell into her friend with a hug, nuzzling the back of Applejack's neck. "We can just sit here and rest in each other's company," she hummed, "or any number of other activities that appeal to you." That's not what Applejack wanted, not in the slightest. Something else gripped her, a matter that she'd been too afraid to confess to another. Applejack sounded the word but could not feel the rest supported to go with it. The syllables deprived of oxygen sinking into her love's neck. She laid all of her weight on the other mare, Rarity held without shudder or complaint. "I'm afraid." "You afraid?" The comment had hurt. Rarity felt the shiver that rocked against her. White forelegs clutched Applejack's frame tighter. "Sorry, don't you mind that comment. There is nothing wrong with being afraid. It's just something unexpected from one usually so strong." The side of Applejack's face fell into the cushioning of Rarity's frame. "I ain't all that strong, not underneath it all." "Lies!" Rarity's hooves massaged across her back, alighting the nerves beneath the muscle, the softness beneath the firmness. "But tell yourself what you must. You are strong to me, no matter what. Though, in the end, we cannot stop ourselves from feeling that which we'd rather not feel." Rarity sank into her a moment. "What has you afraid, Applejack?" How does one answer a question like that? How does one explain everything in their existence to this very second? Everything that influenced Applejack and the world around her, the seconds in a day that dictate the coming years. How could Applejack say all of that in a single conversation? or even hope to explain all of that well. Everything, Applejack collapsed into herself. Everything's always got me. Always at the back of my head, just waiting to come out. Her head shook. Some days I don't mind it much. Other times it eats me alive. None of the family are back home. Even when they are there, this wasn't making sense. It wasn't a problem with an answer that could be given, a symptom that selected the correct remedy. It was just a piece of existence that troubled one's soul, a state of affairs that, if it could be changed, would have already done so. I'm just worried this is it, Applejack finally confessed. Getting up, going out there, working in sun and snow, seeing the land beyond change day by day. Ponyville's changed. Granny's gone, Bloom too, Mac's always out. It's just me there. I don't mind, but... Rarity pulled back into Applejack's view. She was smiling. It's not just the loneliness, Rarity softly mused, is it? Applejack's head shook with eyes that never left her love. No, it ain't. Rarity turned without leaving the embrace. A blue glow surrounded her horn, as it did her cups. Both floated to their mouths and, touching their lips, allowed themselves to be sipped. Applejack smiled at the little pampering. She hadn't let herself be consoled like this before, not made to feel the things underneath her inner shield. I just worry this is it. Applejack's muzzle pulled from the cup, which levitated back to the table. That everything great has come and gone. Can't tell you the last time I saw Twilight outside the castle, or when Rainbow ain't knocking out a nap in her office. She used to lounge by the farm every dang day. Now she's always away, and it's just... Yourself? Applejack shuddered. Not that you... A white hoof sealed against her lips. Shh, I'm not accusing you. Rarity's hoof retracted. Just trying to learn more. Applejack nodded, but missed the touch. I just worry for myself. Never used to do that. I was pretty alright with my lot in life. Applejack turned down at the orange fluffiness in her chest. Seeing white forelegs wrapped around it made Applejack smile. Could be strong because everyone needed me to be. But now everyone's gone, and I've got none to be strong for. She looked at Rarity. Except you. I thought you were the one I'd be strong for. She chuckled with a shaking head. But then you cracked me open, and everything came pouring out. Now, I'm just a deflated mess. Something that don't even know itself. The hooves continued to stroke her coat regardless of her words. There ain't much excitement in life anymore, Applejack went on, looking at the cup. It magically raised again, keeping its distance, waiting to be summoned. The farm is all I have left. I'll work it the same way till I die, and then that'll be it. Her throat croaked. But I'm not okay with that. Wetness stung the corners of Applejack's eyes. I don't want that to be me anymore. I don't want every day to be the same, to have to go through the same torment day in and day out. I'm getting tired, and I had no pony to be strong for. The cup floated over, and Applejack took a drink, struggling to do so, a pain in her throat. The finished tea was pulled away seconds later. Applejack sat in the silence. The troubled mare turned to her love, held by the pony she once declared overly dramatic and sentimental, who felt and whined too much, who now had lived life more fully than Applejack, faced her fully without hiding the tears. You're the only worth I have anymore, Applejack admitted. Her hooves slipped out of Rarity's hug and wrapped around the mare, sealing around the white pudge. The only thing that has any development, that might lead to something better than this. But you could leave me, go on to do better. Rarity shook her head and finally spoke. But how could I do better than perfection? Applejack's mouth wordlessly opened. But I understand your terror. Applejack nearly scoffed. How can you? The because of all the little times you've shared them with me throughout the years. It wasn't preaching or admittance that she knew everything, but it was confidence meant to reassure. A wisdom Rarity had acquired over the years. What you've told me after work over a bottle of wine, or in the time you spent in my room after the funeral, or our nights on the farm after we waved apple bloom from the train. Rarity wiped Applejack's tears. She then kissed where they had been. It was the action, the gesture, that could cure the pain. Her lips remained inches from the orange fur. The breathing behind her words washed across Applejack's cheek. One cannot explain the terror of their existence in a single conversation, but another can come to understand it, to assuage it, in little moments throughout the years. Another set of tears came, already rubbed away from the one always there. Applejack chuckled in defeat. I suppose I felt better about life with you around. For which part of me? Silence passed before Rarity embraced her love again. The two hugged tightly and cared not for the seconds, content to be in another's embrace. The warmth of the other, the brushing of furs, the caressing of skin, the merging of consciousness allowed them to experience the state of another's life. I cannot tell you that life will get better, Rarity confessed from the side of Applejack's neck, but there are things we can do to improve it. She nodded into Applejack's coat. All I can attest is that I will be there for you, in every terrifying little second that passes, and that no matter what happens, I'll ensure everything will be okay. Applejack smiled. Rarity? Yes, my dear. Could I stay here tonight? I wouldn't dare cast you into the storm. Could we? Yes. The two went upstairs after that, into the bedroom, and shuffling beneath the sheets, coming to embrace the other, a tight hold softening the darkness, a promise that, no matter what came tomorrow, they would awake to it together.
Let's be lazy, baby, no troubles on our minds. Tell me, maybe we can leave it all behind. The two of us, we're here, no rush. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy, baby.
Rarity, I'm pretty sure you're dead. By Jest. Like 90% sure. That's preposterous, darling, replied Rarity, not looking up from her sewing. She was on a delicate double over-under stitch that needed to be just so. Twilight tapped her hoof and frowned. I'm quite sure you're dead. You're ice cold to start. Rarity shrugged, hardly giving the conversation a single iota of attention. Yes, I suppose it is a little chilly in here. Would you mind turning up the heat when you leave, darling? Contrary to popular belief, Twilight Sparkle was not completely lacking in social graces and knew most of the normal cues to leave, but she chose to ignore what her friend said. After all, she had just lost said friend. Well, sort of, anyway. Rarity, your body is literally room temperature all the way through. I've scanned you completely. Twilight tried to impart a modicum of seriousness in her voice, but Rarity brushed it off. Oh, pish-posh, darling. It might be a little cold out today, but it's nothing to get worked up about. She leaned in closer, focusing her magic to the size of a head of a needle. This last part right near the hem would be difficult and would take every ounce of concentration she had. Twilight groaned. Rarity, this is serious. Yes, I know it's serious, The weather team should really decide if they want it sunny or cloudy. None of this annoying in-between business that makes the day so blah. She flipped the dress over and instantly began working on the other side. Fine. Well, explain this then, Rarity. Why haven't you had to breathe the entire time I've been here? Twilight's confident smile faltered somewhat when she realized the dead unicorn in front of her was still locked to her work. It's called holding one's breath, darling. You really should try it sometime, Rarity said with as little malice as she could manage. The whole time I've been here though. It's been 10 minutes. You can't hold your breath that long. No pony can. Twilight threw her hooves up in exasperation. Not so, darling. You would be quite surprised what the girls and I have gotten up to in that hot tub of yours. Rarity casually twisted the dress in her grip and bit her lip, not noticing when the appendage fell off a moment later, when she realized what she had done wrong. That was you who did that to my hot tub? I had to throw out all the water and scrub the entire thing. You could have at least told me. Told you what? That me, Fluttershy, and Big Mac had a little too much fun in your not-so-secret hot tub on the 4th floor balcony? If I said that, our shy friend would just die from embarrassment. With a flick of her magic, the offending stitches were ripped out and the sewing machine was kicked back into high gear. Whatever, I'll lecture those two on respecting private property later. I have a leech on my hooves right here. She pointed an accusatory hoof at the oblivious fashionista still staring intently at the dress. You should think about getting that removed. I heard Salt could take those little buggers right off. Not leech, lich, like an undead evil sorcerer, not the mildly annoying parasite. Ah, I see. Well, would you kindly ask the evil undead sorcerer to leave my boutique alone? I have quite the order from Celestia herself, and as the world, as my witness, I will not fail. Without taking her eyes or magic off her stitchwork, she raised a triumphant hoop in the air and held it for a moment before letting it drop down and help its twin push a difficult part of the dress through her machine. You're impossible, you know that? I think you can be more stubborn than Applejack sometimes. Twilight dropped her butt to the ground and rubbed her chin deep in thought. Rarity didn't remark, though she did disagree. There were more important things at hoof after all, like what to do with this extra dangling bit of fabric she had left attached to the edge of the dress. Should she cut it off? No, that wouldn't do. It looked almost good where it was. It just needed some... Aha! Idea! She folded it neatly into a stylized sun and tucked some loose cotton into it to give it some form. Then, with a quick flourish of her needle and thread, it was sewed together nicely and attached to the main dress by a thin sunbeam. She levitated the dress further away to scrutinize her work, taking extra notice of the dangling sun hanging from the edge of the fabric. It looked so good. It just needed something more... Ah, it didn't match. She would make a little sun on both sides, and it would be perfect. Meanwhile, Twilight Sparkle had come up with the perfectly logical argument that was sure to convince Rarity. Rarity, she stated firmly, hoping her confidence would help her dead unicorn friend see reason. You have not pooped in 4 days. That made Rarity stop for all of a second. The frequency of a lady's bowel movements is none of your concern. Furthermore, I must ask you to no longer spy on me in the loo. It is quite uncouth. She then went back to sewing. What? That's... What? Twilight shook her head. I have done none of that. I just scanned your bathroom as well as your, internals and... Miss Sparkle, you better choose your next words carefully and explain to me why you just admitted to scanning my internals. Or so help me, I will sew your eyelids closed. Her words were like ice that shot through Twilight's veins, and for a split second, some deep animal instinct commanded the alicorn to run in the face of this superior predator. Her logical side, however, like usual, won out in the end. Surely a well-reasoned and thoughtful explanation would suffice, right? Well, like I was saying, it started off because I wanted to see if your heart was still pumping, which it wasn't. but then I grew curious about what else in your body had shut down. Your brain is completely inert. Your circulatory system has stopped completely, and your entire digestive tract is about to eat its way through your midsection in a few minutes. Despite the fact that she was fairly certain her explanation was enough, Twilight Sparkle couldn't help but sweat. Rarity stopped sewing and lifted up the dress she had been working on. It was a relatively simple number, a lithe black dress that was both dark, utilising light black to deep grey fabric, but had little shocks of yellow running through it. It was a cocktail dress Luna had commissioned since she felt something that symbolised both her and her sister would help spread the idea that they truly were equals. It was perfect, though hard to come by, and even harder to perfect. The idea of blending dark and light motifs had taken off quite spectacularly, and had even given her several spin-off ideas she intended to work on later. She frowned. Apparently Twilight was still going on about something or another while she had been staring at her work. What had she been saying? Something about eating? Yes, darling, I know you're hungry, but we could grab you a hayburger in a minute. Right now, I really need to finish these dresses. Without bothering to listen to the response, Rarity placed the dress back down and started ripping out a small set of stitches, already thinking up a much more elegant solution. Come on! Are you even listening to me? Twilight pleaded. Unfortunately. Twilight snorted in anger and stomped her hoof in frustration, but a sudden idea stopped her fuming. Rarity? Yes, darling. I will let you give me a full makeover and a new wardrobe if you listen to what I have to say for just 5 minutes. That gave Rarity pause. And throw out that dreadful black hoodie? Oh, come on, that hoodie is nice and comfy. The perfect study hoodie, Twilight pleaded, remembering all the late night study sessions her and her favourite hoodie had been through together. Then no deal. Twilight huffed but ultimately resigned herself to her fate. Gone were the days of cosy reading sessions and warm Sunday mornings. Fine, I will throw out the hoodie. Rarity's chair swiveled to reveal a face and body that was already beginning to decompose. Her face sagged pretty much everywhere, and she was missing most of her lips, which seemed to rest all over the ground in various half-chewed pieces. What, is there something on my face? Rarity asked, reaching a hoof up to touch her face. No, it's nothing. I just thought I left the stove on for a second there. Twilight gently grabbed Rarity's hoof and pushed it back to the ground. Anyway, how long have you been working? You missed our picnic with Pinkie Pie and Applejack. They both made really good pies. Twilight was desperately trying not to stare at Rarity's right eyelid, which drooped slightly more than what was normal. She was failing horrendously. I don't know, a few hours I would think. Rarity tapped her chin and looked off towards the clock. I must have pulled an all-nighter by accident. Funny, I don't feel tired. When did you start work on your order from the princesses? About 3 in the afternoon. About a half hour after I received their letter from that nice new courier. What day did you start work? What day was it yesterday? Monday, I think. Yes, that's it. Rarity looked around her workshop, noting the flurry of designing and sewing had left it in a dreadful state of disarray. Rarity, it's Sunday. What are you trying to say, darling? That I went back in time or something? Rarity snorted in amusement. I don't work that hard, you know. No, it's been 6 days since you got that letter. Our picnic was on Wednesday, remember? Rarity's eyes glazed over, and for a split second Twilight panicked whether or not her friend had gone blind all at once. Then all of a sudden they went back to normal, and her gaze refocused on the alicorn. Give me a mirror, the unicorn demanded. Twilight broke out into a nervous sweat and instantly moved between Rarity and the closet washroom. I don't know if you should do that. You're kind of, falling apart. Twilight Sparkle, if you don't move right this instant, I will sew every orifice of your body closed. Rarity's eyes narrowed, her right eye slightly more than the left, taking away from her intimidation somewhat. However, that was still more than enough to scare the, thankfully not literally, piss out of Twilight. "Yes, ma'am." Twilight leaped to the side, one part jump, one part a pump of her wings. Rarity was gone in an instant, bolting towards the bathroom. "Here it comes!" Twilight magicked her ears shut and winced, looking away from the bathroom. However, after a few moments and still no ear-splitting shriek, Twilight opened one eye and looked towards the bathroom. A second later, a blank-faced Rarity exited the bathroom, her entire body rigid. Her face wore a mask of indifference. "How did this happen?" Twilight gulped. "Well, some think that when a very powerful unicorn with immense willpower dies, sometimes their will combined with their magic mix into a potent form of dark magic. The dark magic combined with the unicorn's overriding willpower leads to a self-resurrection and subsequent state of undeath. But that's all theoretical." Twilight gulped again. "Well, not anymore, I suppose." Rarity's eye twitched. "Twilight Sparkle, pack my things. We are going to Canterlot. I need a new body ASAP, and I need as many pictures of myself as you can find." Rarity's magic grabbed a sewing machine, needle and thread, and all manner of fabric, stuffing and throwing them into a waiting trunk. Twilight nodded and ran for the door, stopping at the last second. "Rarity, what are you planning on doing? You're not gonna kill some pony that looks like you and take their skin or something, are you?" Rarity, however, hardly noticed. She stared intently at a piece of paper, her magic working a pen at nearly lightning speed. "No, nothing so barbaric." She stopped and paused to chew on her lip while she thought, only to realise she had no more lip left to chew on. "I'm going to make a new body." She smirked, though the expression was lost as she had no lips to emote with. She flipped the paper around and revealed a quick but detailed sketch of a life-sized Rarity doll. "Oh, thanks, Celestia." Twilight wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I have not quite mastered soul transference spells anyway, and Why are you looking at me like that?" Rarity squinted at the alicorn. "Were you really okay with helping me murder some pony and steal their body to wear like some dress?" "No." "Well, maybe." Rarity shook her head and frowned scornfully. "Honestly, Twilight, you couldn't have been more dead wrong." Twilight groaned. Disaster Rarity by Haphazard. I have made a mess of myself so habitually that even despite the crushing emotional damage that ravaged my soul that, quite frankly, there's a not inconsiderable section of my consciousness that recognises this as supremely normal. With precise regularity it mutters, "Ah yes, this tracks completely. Deploy the ice cream." Which is a statement I will echo out loud. This tracks completely. Deploy the ice cream. Excuse me. Please do not be alarmed by the streaking mess that is my tears, ruining my elaborately applied makeup. It's normal. Perfectly according to plan. Yes, just don't look at me, please. I'm quite serious. My makeup is important business. I'm a mare of immense self-reliance and therefore always keep a fully stocked freezer packed with ice cream for all occasions. Because this is what I do. I am me, and this is how, as a me, I deal with my inability to form any kind of us. Trust me, I have this under control. No, I'm not choking. This is normal. My eyes are just leaking and there is a small blockage in my throat. Just a minor case of phlegm. Unattractive but harmless. I'm fine. Let's talk about ice cream, please. My favourite is cherry flavoured. I like how it tasted like a sort of swirl. Even though my understanding of the mechanics of taste buds indicates that tastes do not in fact swirl, but it feels like it does. And I was an artiste. I'm all about feelings and self-destructive tendencies in the name of art. With an E. Again, and forgive me for my belabouring at this point. I apologise that you have to be here for this, but this is my routine. If you insist on being here for this, please just sit down and please don't hold this against me. I'm about to swear. Fuck me. Celestia fucking damn it. I'm such a fucking idiot. Fuck. It's habitual that I interrupt these tirades with a mouthful of cherry-flavoured ice cream. Do stand by, darling. Oh, fuck! I realised I have forgotten to include my aperitif with the dessert. Yet another mistake for the landfill that is my romantic existence. What a dumpster fire. Excuse me, I need a bigger bowl for the ice cream. Actually, let's do away with the bowl. It is complex indeed to swear whilst eating ice cream. So I suppose the more I shovel into my stupid face, the less I'll do it. Profanity is decidedly unladylike, and moreover ice cream dribbling down one's chin is not attractive. A lesson learned many years ago, several times so. My heart has been, after all, habitually broken. Oh, the experiences I have had. Let me recount them to you in excruciating detail. Suffering demands company, and you seem to be set on joining me along this miserable meltdown. Let me begin with the very first love of my life. When I was a young mare just having gotten my cutie mark, my first romantic escapade was with a young mare I'm sure you're familiar with. She's a natural heroine these days, Applejack. We were young, adventurous, exploring an affection we felt towards other mares, and thoroughly, completely, utterly unsuited towards one another. We wanted different things. We wanted different types of ponies. I wanted, at the time, some pony to fawn over me and spend time with me. Applejack wanted some pony who knew how to tie a knot. That's not a metaphor either. She explicitly listed it as a requirement for a long-term relationship. She said it indicated reliability. I'm not sure that, at the time, we could have found a less suitable partner for the other. As Rainbow would say, oopsie fucking whoopsie. It was hot though. The breakup was nuclear and we didn't talk for about 2 years afterwards. Imagine my horror when we accidentally became element bearers. If the cosmos doesn't have a sense of humour, then it certainly has a penchant for malice. Applejack got over it. I didn't. In fact, she got over it so well she ended up marrying another friend of mine. Oh, don't mind me. I'll get to Rainbow Dash soon. I'm not bitter. And that's called foreshadowing, darling. My eyes may be leaking, but not even a broken heart will quell my storytelling talents anyway. It's not like I regret letting Applejack and her amazing shoulders get away from me, because she was the best thing that ever happened to me. Moving on from Applejack. You know, I experimented with what I thought Rarity, needed. I had, after all, had an explosive and self-destructive foray into mare-only relationships. And whilst Applejack might not have much interest in the rougher sex. I certainly did. I thought that maybe that was the solution for me. A handsome stallion, fashionable and elegant. Some pony to match the up-and-coming fashionista Rarity. A perfect match, the kind of delightful romantic fantasy that honestly would have only been enthralled by a young filly about half my age, at the time reading some silly romance novel. That dip into the realm of fairy tale romance ended with a face full of cake and a ruined dress. Lesson learned. I liked that dress. I elevated my standards beyond princes and superficially to actual class. Fancy pants. The most desirable stone in Canterlot, charming and witty, not to mention well connected within the realm of fashion and the elites of unicorn society. I was convinced that maybe he was the one for me. Gay, of course. He thought I knew. He also thought I was a stallion. Don't ask me how, but goodness, it was awkward. Possibly one of the worst conversations I've ever had in my entire life, barring that one time with Applejack, that other time with Rainbow Dash, and I suppose this one as well, which really has been a blow to my self-esteem in general. It was then that I found myself crushing hard on Rainbow Dash. I mean, realistically, could you blame me? She saved my life back when I was too busy making a fool of myself with those silly butterfly wings. And come on, let's be honest with ourselves. She may act the tomcolt, but she takes care of herself. The way she carefully engineers that mane to look unkempt in a strangely attractive and windswept way. The diligence she displays when tending to those feathers, those stomach muscles. What mare could resist that was even moderately bent? I certainly couldn't. For months I fawned over her, got her to wear an outrageous wig once. I took her measurements. They were all exemplary. The wingspan, the narrowness of that waistline, without being starved of calories. I could ramble for days about the various ways in which Rainbow Dash displays subtle beauty and an odd subversive feminine grace, but I was enthralled. But it wasn't just her appearance, darling. I figured the mare who saved my life would be the one for me. She saved my life so I could give her mine. I prepared a delightful speech for her, a confession of sorts. I spun my magic for weeks, no, months, trying to craft the perfect way to demonstrate my love for her. How silly it seems now. Oh, the ice cream I needed when, upon finally managing to corner her on a little date at the Sugar Cube corner, she revealed that she had been dating Applejack secretly for only a week at the time. I nearly choked on my cake. It was delicious cake too. Black Everfree chocolate. A thorough waste of cake and half a year's worth of waiting for Rainbow to notice me more than just that friend who does fashion. Oh, and she made it worse for me. All unintentionally. At no stage had she even come close to picking up my hints and feelings. Not only that, but she had the nerve to ask me for tips on how to date Applejack. The sheer fucking temerity. Yes, I'm aware she didn't know about my feelings for her at the time, but still. I didn't want to spoil her anything, but let's just say Applejack has a habit of stealing things I want. Well, stealing is a strong word. I obviously respect Applejack to a degree that cannot be described adequately within the boundaries of equestrian vocabulary, but fuck me! Could she just stop being so fucking attractive? Seriously, leave some for the rest of us. You were there for Thunderhoof, right? Anyway, refer to my previous statements. I won't delve too deep into that rabbit hole of nonsense. but by Celestia's 5th century yoke. Fuck Applejack and her bizarrely sexy ways. What is it with those hips? Those shoulders? How are shoulders appealing? They don't even do anything on the romantic front. They just sort of serve as an attachment for forelegs, which definitely do things. But the way shoulders work, oh my, I'm getting sweaty thinking about it. I know Rainbow does. She told me in explicit detail. You mean you've never stared at Applejack's shoulders? You're in for an experience, believe me. It's like watching tectonic plates move mountains much faster, and also you don't have to be into geology to enjoy it. What do you mean, how do I feel about Spike? He's delightful, I guess. Anyway, I was talking about my romantic problems, and you were listening. Please don't interrupt. I'm in the middle of a deluge of personal grievances here. I took some time to calm down. I stepped back, focused on my work. I was professional for about 5 minutes. It was in that context that maybe I became a little too attracted to Fluttershy. She modelled for me. She is a mare with a particularly unique figure. I can't help myself for being an appreciator of art. Can I, darling? I described Rainbow Dash's unconventional attractiveness, but do I really need to go over Fluttershy? Anyway, she's straight. Funny how the chips fall. Or is it fries? I'll be honest with you, darling, I never did understand that saying. My point is, what a reversal from fancy pants. I sure can pick 'em. As Applejack would probably say whilst banging Rainbow Dash, which I should note, Rainbow Dash also described. I'm not bitter, I'm just livid. Anyway, I'm not expecting you to understand why, after all this, after this endless habit of falling for mares and stones that I can't have, I managed to engineer my way into falling for Pinkie Pie. It took effort, I'll admit, a great deal of planning and mental gymnastics. I didn't even get along with Pinkie that well, frankly. I think she's high maintenance. And yes, I know that's rich coming from me. There was just something infectious about that enthusiasm, about the way she moved and talked several tempos too fast, about the way she put several spoonfuls worth of too much sugar into everything, including how she behaved with other ponies. Yes, it irritated me. Yes, I wish she'd just calm down. Be quiet for the sun's sake. But whenever we were together, as friends with benefits, whatever it was we had, well, it was like having love injected directly into my veins. It's over now, of course. Excuse me, I need more ice cream. Of course, I'm happy she's married to Cheese now. I don't know what I want. Anything, I suppose. I thought that maybe she was the one. That the sort of energy she had would undo my curse. Oh, you look at me like I'm insane. I'm a unicorn. We're all about magic. You know this. Why wouldn't it make sense that I have some kind of anti-relationship curse on me? A sort of no-sex field. It feels that way. Let me put it to you straight. I have this magic trick I can pull off whenever I come close to being in a relationship. Any us I can make disappear, poof, as if it never existed. Applejack and me, gone. The possibility of a stable relationship with a stallion? Either I get caked or they're gay. Either way, it doesn't work out. Rarity is a lone wolf. A lonely soul, a whisper on the wind, a solitary note in a song of duplets. I'm a me. I'm just me. Rarity stands alone, forever quite possibly. Pass me the wine, will you, Twilight? Thank you. Oh, you'll probably want some too, I assume. Naturally. Hang on, let me get you a glass. Anyway, where was I? Yes, it's like an actual curse. You'd think out of all my closest friends and several other ponies with like-minded interests, I have found at least one that was willing to maybe do more than enjoy a little slap and tickle between friends. No, I've never had a real relationship since Applejack, and yes, I'm aware she's probably going to be proposing to Rainbow soon. Rainbow told me. Don't ask me how she knew, she did. I'm as confused as you, trust me. And I'm happy for them, I really am. Her and Rainbow are made for each other, beyond any and all doubt. No matter what I might say drunk, they're made for each other more than I belonged with either of them. I just wish some pony was happy for me. That's all. For me to be with any pony. I mean, after all this, I don't think there's any pony left for me to fall for. Except you, I suppose. I'm being silly again. I just can't imagine being with some pony and it not exploding in my face, or it being engineered from the start to make me feel miserable. I just get the ice cream ready and prepare for another salvo of heartbreak. It's a routine. It's just a thing Rarity does, I suppose. Whatever curse I have, I don't see it being broken anytime soon. What do you mean you know a thing or two about magic? Don't be cheeky with me. I'm in the middle of bearing my broken, battered soul to you and... Excuse me, is this a clever ploy to get me to stop rambling? I'll have you know I'm not so easily... Alright. Well, that definitely... Well, you've made your point. But honestly, surely you could pick any pony. You're a princess. There's not a pony in Equestria that wouldn't... I mean, you could pick some pony who has, well, even a 1% viability when it comes to romantic relationships. I think I've displayed my capacity for destroying any potential relationship I could form. You make a valid argument. We'll see what happens. Perhaps this time I won't just be, well, me, on my own forever.
Please go to Straight to the Point Studios YouTube channel for part 1 of this story. A Bottle of Red by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight had expected far more. More arguments, more shouting, calls to order after crowds of ponies all tried to make their cases, to argue for the couple. She wasn't sure if she liked the calm and quiet ceremony more. The judge presiding over the affair had let the couple use a small conference room instead of one of the bigger courtrooms, and Twilight's aide and guards kept the press and public out. She wasn't exactly happy knowing that keeping the world away from this would bite her in the flank later. Twilight sat opposite to Rarity. She stared at her perfect white coat and perfect mane at odds with the tired circles under her eyes. Twilight knew she looked similar, maybe a touch more frazzled. Rarity looked to the judge who sat at the end of the table. The mare looked similar to an aide Twilight inherited from Celestia, with an off-white coat and thick dark mane tied back into a bun. Twilight wasn't sure if they were related, but the somewhat familiar face smoothed over some of the aches and tension in her chest. They didn't go away completely. She still found it difficult to breathe. "Everything looks to be in order," said the judge, her voice clipped and professional. "Both parties have agreed to a fair level of financial recompense. Rarity, will regain a percentage of the former couple's collective funds in line with her earnings from the businesses." Twilight barely paid attention. She knew everything in the forms and declarations by heart. Even if she wasn't so obsessive, a trait she had actually taken pride in over the years, she would have remembered most of it. Rarity would keep her properties. Any finances they pulled would be split to reflect her earnings. Any other possessions they owned were already divided between them, aside from any furniture. Technically, half of that wasn't either of theirs, being part of the palace's decor for generations. Rarity's face gradually turned to a frown, and she turned away from the judge as she spoke. Down to the desk in front of her, Twilight continued staring, longing to reach out, to brush her mane aside and touch her cheek. Citing lack of trust between both parties and unfulfilled promises, the imagined reconciliation was broken by Rarity's glower when she looked up. Twilight, the girl who ruled a nation, stared down gods, who ascended to near divinity herself, shrank back in her seat. Something twitched in Rarity's lips, and her expression softened a moment later. It very much didn't feel fair to Twilight to think a small seed of doubt turned into paranoia and fretting over who she was to the love of her life. But to Rarity, it was all a slap in the face, spitting on all she sacrificed. "With both parties officially parting," the judge finished off, then looked up. She glanced between Twilight and Rarity. With a small cough, she asked, "Are there any questions or objections to any of what I have covered?" Twilight inhaled, but Rarity answered first. "None at all, Your Honor." Twilight swallowed down her words and nodded. "None, Your Honor," she answered. "Very well," said the judge. "Then I officially declare you separated. You'll receive the written copies of the declaration soon enough, though I suspect it won't be entirely necessary." She trailed off and smiled thinly at the former spouses. She tucked her paperwork into a binder and hooked that under one of her forelegs. "Your Majesty, Mrs. Rarity," she said, bowing to one and nodding to the other. Then she vacated the room. Twilight continued to stare at Rarity, who now stared back. Her mouth felt like cotton, and her tongue stuck to her lips as she licked them. Her voice caught in her throat as she tried to talk, and all she managed was a quiet, an unregally squeaky, "I'm sorry." Rarity sighed and broke the stare. "You don't need to apologize," was all she said before she stood up and left the room, leaving Twilight truly alone.
Announcing the arrival of Her Majesty Princess Twilight,
declared the magically enhanced booming voice of the usher. It carried over the guests in the extravagantly decorated ballroom, and many of them turned their heads as Twilight entered through the tall double doors. A pair of royal guards flanked her entrance. She didn't quite fit her dress anymore. Her legs were too long, her barrel too broad, and her wings strained some of the stitching in the sparkling teal outfit. Some of the seams had popped only a few hours before, but she managed to fix it after some panicking. It was patchy, but it was just about hidden, and hopefully would go unnoticed. A lot of the heads turned back to each other, and the conspiratorial mutterings of a higher-class party began again. They probably noticed the hasty fixes and the age of the dress. Twilight swallowed, put on her best royal smile, and strode through the ballroom with purpose. That purpose was punch, or some of the hors d'oeuvres. Maybe she could find some professors from the city academies to chat up. A well-dressed waiter crossed her path with tall flutes filled with something very bubbly. Without pause, Twilight delicately snatched one of the drinks in her magic and downed it in one swift motion. Now no one would question why her breath smelled of alcohol, though the strong scent of wine might stand out as odd. She deposited the empty glass onto another passing waiter's tray and grabbed a fresh glass, this one managing to survive not being guzzled down in seconds. Instead, she sipped at it and actually registered the sweet, acidic taste. Twilight suppressed a grimace and decided she still hadn't acquired to the taste, but appearances were important. It didn't take her long to find a group of ponies to talk to. Socialites and those with lofty aims all flocked to talk to her, and tonight was no different. She made small talk, commenting on the weather. The Weather Patrol did a wonderful job tonight, didn't they? Foreign politics. I did hear about that skirmish on the Wingardium border. It's a tragedy, really. And taking part in so many other inconsequential topics and discussions. The audience she accrued flowed and changed with the subject of conversation, and she barely noticed the myriad of different faces that went by. When she did, she faintly recognized them all. Some she even recalled the names of, but they all blurred together. The fuzz of the night came to a very sudden halt when a particular set of gleaming blue eyes appeared through the crowd. The clockwork of motions of nodding and sipping, one after the other, clashed, and Twilight dribbled a splash of champagne down her chin and onto the floor as she caught Rarity's gaze. Blinking, Twilight stole a handkerchief from one of the nearby stallions to dab at her chin and the front of her dress. She ignored the delightful squeal she made when she tossed it over her shoulder and pushed her way into another circle of conversation. There was a brief grumble and muttering from her new immediate neighbours, but recognition of who she was stole away their protests. "Rarity?" she asked, interrupting the conversation. Every pony around her went quiet, turning their attention to Twilight. She cleared her throat and straightened herself up, ignoring the warmth growing in her cheeks. Rarity, immaculately dressed, raised her eyebrows and scooted back a step. She tugged on something, and that's when Twilight noticed a hoof was wrapped around a stallion's leg. He blinked from behind a pair of broad lens glasses and glanced back to Rarity. She seemed to loosen her grip and took another half step back before he spoke. "Ah, you two are acquainted?" he asked with a sly smirk. Rarity stopped where she stood and straightened up. A little twitch of her eyes and lips briefly caught Twilight's attention. She was suppressing a pout meant for him, Twilight was sure. "Yes," Twilight answered. "We were, She trailed off, looking back at Rarity. "You know, we used to be married, Mint," Rarity said in Twilight's silence. The stallion chuckled and nodded. Yes, who could forget you were the princess consort?" Rarity stiffened up, then gave her head a little shake. In the process, she replaced the tiny hint of a frown she wore with a tight, perfect smile. It didn't quite reach her eyes. "Twilight, darling," she said, and Twilight's legs tingled. "I wasn't expecting you here. How have you been?" Twilight thought the surprise a little odd, but she didn't push the issue. Her mouth felt like cotton, and she licked her lips while entirely forgetting her drink. "I've been good," she answered, fighting to keep her voice level. "What about you? How have you been? How are your businesses?" Twilight wanted to curse at herself. Rarity licked her lips now, and there was a subtle shift in her jaw, a hint at a remark that she choked back. Twilight now noticed the bags under her eyes, having barely changed since last they met. "I've been good," Rarity said back. "Business has been a little underwhelming this past season or two, but I'm keeping afloat. It is what it is, I suppose." She then looked to the stallion. "Mint, you didn't say Twilight would be here?" Her voice was much flatter, letting the annoyance ring through. "Why wouldn't you know I would be here?" Twilight asked before she could answer. "I thought everyone invited knew I was coming." Mint chuckled again and gestured to Rarity. "Ah, she was my +1, he explained, and Twilight winced as she realised Rarity wasn't invited by the host directly. Speaking of, did you bring anyone with you? Twilight swallowed, glancing back to Rarity. No, she said truthfully. I came alone, or as alone as I can anyway, she added, referencing her guards. She glanced over her shoulder for a brief moment and spotted one set of gleaming gold armour at the edge of the room. What a shame, said Mint. I was hoping to see who you'd bring tonight. It's a pity, but I suppose we can't expect everyone to move on so quickly. Rarity shot him a brief scowl, which he either ignored or didn't notice in the first place. I'll leave you two to catch up and grab my dear Rarity a quick drink, shall I? Twilight clenched her jaw as she smirked at her before turning to chase down a passing waiter. So, Twilight started, shifting her gaze back to Rarity. He's your date? Not after tonight he isn't, Rarity replied snappishly. Sorry. Rarity sighed. You have nothing to apologise for. He's just an ass. The rest of the circle around Rarity and Twilight glanced at each other and began muttering. Rarity smiled with amusement, and this time it did reach her eyes. Twilight relaxed and gestured with her head to one side of the ballroom. Rarity's expression sobered, but she nodded and let Twilight lead the way. They moved through the throng of ponies and eventually exited through a large set of doors to the balcony. Fewer ponies were out here. The frost that built up in the air before Twilight's nose gave her the reason why. It gave the two of them enough privacy, Twilight decided. I can't believe you still have that old thing, Rarity said, her voice pitched lower now that they were away from the bulk of the noise. It barely fits on you, and she glanced over to Twilight's side. It looks like you fixed it yourself. No offense. That's because I did, said Twilight. Some taken. Not that Twilight expected her sewing to compare to Rarity's hoofwork. Rarity nodded. Well, I certainly hope the rest of your wardrobe fits better. The two stood in silence for a few moments. Rarity looked over the edge of the balcony, and Twilight followed her gaze to the glittering streets of Canterlot below. Twilight imagined the vibrant nightlife of other upper-class parties, of the clubs towards the outer edges of the city. She wondered if there was any pony else that felt as awkward as she did right now. How are the others? Twilight asked, breaking the silence. Rarity huffed. You could always ask them yourself. Twilight frowned, and she hoped the night hit it. Rarity, that's not... They all wonder what's happened to you, you know? Rarity continued, talking over Twilight. You used to visit regularly and invite the rest of them over. Now they're half convinced you forgot Ponyville even exists at all. Silence followed, and Twilight shivered as much from the cool night air as the icy fire emanating from the mare beside her. I'm sorry, she said. At least that is actually your fault, Rarity said bitterly, and yet it feels like they're judging me some of the time. Rainbow Dash especially. She thinks I gave up on you because I was being selfish. She harumphed. Selfish, me of all ponies. Twilight couldn't think of anything to say.
She swallowed and muttered, "I'm sorry." "And my businesses?" "I had to take out a new mortgage on the Carousel Boutique to keep things afloat. Fewer ponies buy from me or commission me since our..." Rarity shook her head. "The ex-royal consort doesn't really have the same allure to it. I thought it would make me feel more gratified in my work, but this is undue judgment." Twilight looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, on the path she had set for it earlier that evening. "I'm sorry," she said again, her voice creaking, and she turned back to Rarity. "Oh, will you stop bloody apologising?" Rarity snapped. "Half of everything out of your mouth has been." Rarity was shut up as Twilight leaned in and kissed her. With her eyes closed tight, she couldn't see the unicorn's reaction. But after a few moments, Rarity shoved at Twilight's shoulder and broke the kiss. Twilight, cheeks flushed and guilt in her heart, leaned back. Rarity stared up at her, and a range of expressions crossed her face. Her brow knitted in anger, her own cheeks red, visible through her pale coat, and her mouth slack and open. Twilight prepared for the lashing she just interrupted to resume with vigour, and was surprised when Rarity spoke. "You've been drinking," was all she said. Twilight blinked and glanced inside. She spotted Mint with 2 drinks held aloft in a silvery glow, looking lost. "It is a party," she explained flatly. "I can taste the wine we were saving for our 10th, Twilight." Rarity settled on an expression that Twilight read as judgmental. "That technically wasn't yours to open." Twilight bit her lip and looked back to Rarity. "Sorry." Rarity puffed up, then she shut her eyes tight. She brought her hoof to her chest, breathed in deeply, and exhaled deeply. "It's nothing to worry about," she said, opening her eyes. "If I had it, I'd have drunk it months ago." Twilight smirked for a moment. "I still have some left," she said. "I can give you the rest. It is both of ours, after all." Rarity snorted. "I'm not so sure I want to set hoof in the palace." Twilight shied back. I looked back over Canterlot and beyond it. She squinted, trying to pick out the lights of a small town on the horizon. I should visit to Ponyville again. Between the light pollution and difference in terrain, she couldn't spot the town from where she stood. I'm just scared of what I'll feel when I get there, of how the others might react. Rarity blinked. "Oh, Twilight, darling." "I don't blame you for that," Twilight said back. "It is because of you, sure, but it's not your fault, it's mine." She looked toward Rarity again, her breath caught in her throat as she took in the soft frown on Rarity's face, the lines in her forehead. She kept herself from laughing at a comment Rarity made about worry lines in the past. "Can we try again?" "Try what again?" Rarity said. "If you mean our marriage, I think we're a little late for that." Twilight shook her head. "Just being friends," Twilight responded. "I want you back in my life, and the others too. It doesn't need to be more than that." Rarity thought for a few moments, then nodded. "I think we can do that," she smiled, and the icy air around Twilight felt a little warmer. Comforting a Bell by Super Pink Brony 12. Ever since that fateful Sisterhood social, Rarity had prided herself on maintaining a good sibling bond with Sweetie Belle. She tried her best to be there for her little sister, whilst also giving her space and time to be her own pony. It wasn't easy, but few things in life were. And over the years, the fashionista had watched as her little sister had slowly but surely grown. Now the filly not only had her cutie mark, but was also serving as a cutie mark counsellor. Ponies and other creatures were coming to Sweetie Belle for advice. Rarity couldn't be prouder of such developments if she tried. Yet it was now that the elder unicorn's thoughts were drifting towards more recent events. So much had unfolded so quickly over the span of just a few days. Equestria had very nearly fallen. All the bonds ponies had cherished for so long had nearly been irreparably broken. At first glance, there was nothing to indicate such events had taken place. Equestria had recovered fast, and all focus was on the fast approaching coronation of Princess Twilight as Equestria's new sovereign ruler. Rarity knew better than to assume everything was back to normal, however. Personal experience taught her that some wounds, particularly emotional ones, took longer to heal. She and her friends had all talked it out amongst themselves, checking in on each other as needed to make sure all were doing well. And it was during one such meeting that Rarity had first considered the well-being of her little sister. Sweetie Belle had of course refused to dwell upon the topic when it was first brought up. "I'm fine, Rarity," was all she bothered to say, and had trotted off looking quite content. And it was the same response with each subsequent attempt to shift conversations towards the topic. On the surface at least, Sweetie seemed unshaken. Rarity thought and suspected otherwise. She kept thinking about it even whilst occupying herself with her usual work sewing and making dresses. "Sweetie Belle, you really shouldn't try to put off talking about what we've been through," she thought with a frown. "I know you think you're being brave, and maybe you are, but you are really not helping yourself if you avoid talking about such things. They can't be put off forever." The fashionista had no idea how she was going to convey such sentiments and concerns to her little sister. However, if Sweetie didn't want to talk about it, it seemed there was nothing her older sister could say or do that would change the filly's mind. So it was that another day came and went with Rarity, keeping an occasional eye on Sweetie Belle, but otherwise opting not to say anything to her. No sense trying to force a confrontation. That would not help either sister at all, or get them to say what needed to be said. What would it take to get Sweetie to open up? Rarity didn't know. All she could do was hope for a change to come soon. Night-time came and the fashionista prepared herself for another good night's sleep. She'd barely even had time to work on the dress for Twilight's coronation. So busy she was in keeping up with the backlog she'd accumulated as a result of her adventures. Plus, with all three of her boutiques back in business, ponies were once again flocking to them in droves, eager to go on living as if nothing had happened. Yet, just as Rarity was about to strap on her sleep mask and pull the covers up to her neck, her trained ears picked up a faint sound that was unmistakable to her. It was the sound of sniffling, light sobbing, and it was clear where and what the source was. It was coming from the guest bedroom Sweetie Belle so often frequented when spending the night at Carousel Boutique. Her big sister instincts immediately kicked into gear as the elder unicorn rose from her bed, quick as a flash. Sleep could wait. Her little sister needed her now more than ever. She immediately yet carefully trotted down the hall from her bedroom to the guest bedroom and slowly pushed the door open. Sure enough, there was Sweetie Belle sitting up in bed and looking quite shaken. Her eyes were stained red with tears as she just lay there, clearly too distraught to even think about sleep. Yet upon noticing that Rarity was now in the bedroom too, Sweetie hastily dove beneath the covers and tried to hide. It was no use, of course. Rarity effortlessly pulled back the covers with her magic and moved to sit down next to her troubled little sister. She gently ran a hoop along the length of her sister's back, hoping it would have a soothing and calming effect on the filly. She also hummed a little tune from the back of her head to try to set the mood. Slowly but surely, Sweetie's sad sobbing ceased, yet her overall posture remained unsteady and uneasy. Whatever it was that was preventing her from sleeping quite clearly troubled her to no end. The fashionista flashed a gentle smile, speaking slowly and calmly. "Sweetie Belle, it's okay, I'm here for you. Now let's have a little talk." Sweetie sniffed again and shrank from Rarity's gaze. "It's nothing, Rarity. This is so silly and ridiculous." Rarity shook her head from side to side. "It's not ridiculous, Sweetie Belle, darling. It's perfectly normal to feel the way you're feeling after all you've been through. No pony would blame you, certainly not me or your friends." She scooted closer, taking hold of her sister with a hoop. "You know that as well as I do. Now come on, you know what we need to discuss. You've been putting off this issue for long enough." "I'm not putting it off. I don't want to talk about it. I said I'm fine." Sweetie Belle growled and grumbled in a low tone, kicking her back legs in protest. "After all I've been through, I shouldn't be acting like this." Rarity's smile grew brighter ever so faintly, her tone of voice becoming soft and gentle. "Nonsense, Sweetie Belle. You are still only a child." "But I'm not a scared little kid," Sweetie bitterly protested. "Whoever said it was a bad thing to be scared or frightened? Even I get scared sometimes," Rarity pointed out. "It's natural to feel that way, and pretending otherwise only makes it worse." The unicorn filly just remarked, "That's easy for you to say, Rarity. You've been through so much more than I have, and yet you seem to be perfectly fine. Every pony's acting the same way, like nothing ever happened, like we didn't see what we saw." She groaned. "And I hate feeling that way. I hate feeling like nothing's wrong. I know I'm supposed to be happy that everything worked out okay in the end, but I can't help but think about what happened when it looked like it wasn't going to work out okay. Think about what could have been." Once again she shuddered and shook, conveying more than words how unnerved she was. The fashionista, for her part, simply continued to stroke her frightened and frazzled sister with a hoop, and all the while she spoke in a tone of voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, Sweetie Belle, stop being so silly. Just because I don't show it outwardly doesn't mean I'm not bothered or worried about what happened or what might have been. Every pony has their own way of coping after being through a traumatic or frightening experience. Some just do a better job of coping with it or hiding their feelings." She looked her little sister deep in her sap-green eyes as she added quite firmly and sternly, "And that's not who you are, we both know that." "Then what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to feel?" Sweetie complained aloud as her tears returned with a vengeance. She promptly buried herself in her older sister's chest, sobbing anew as she lamented. "After everything I've been through, why is this the one thing I can't stop thinking about? Why can't I let myself be happy? That all's right with Equestria again." Rarity remained silent for a bit, allowing for her little sister to cry her heart out. She felt it best to let such emotions flow freely rather than try to tell Sweetie to suppress them. She was certain her sister would feel better once she'd had a chance to vent and freely express herself, letting go of all that she'd tried so hard to keep bottled up inside. Now it was time to let it all out, a time when nothing mattered more than one's own well-being. At last, Sweetie Belle lifted her face and wiped her eyes as her crying stopped. Rarity smiled again as she looked at her younger sister. "See? Don't you feel better now that you've gotten that off your chest, Sweetie Belle? Isn't that better than trying to go on pretending you're okay even when you're not?" The still somewhat frazzled Billy nodded ever so slowly. I think so. I just didn't want to be a bother to any pony. No pony else seemed troubled or bothered, so I thought I shouldn't be either. I'm supposed to be the sub-pony others can look to for advice or guidance." "And you still are," the fashionista reassured Sweetie. "That hasn't changed after all you've been through. But you're not perfect. You have your own problems, and you can't be a help to anyone who might need your guidance if you're refusing to deal with your troubles." She held her sister close as she went on to add, "It's very brave of you to try to push on and pretend like nothing's wrong. But sometimes the bravest thing you can truly do is admit that you're not okay. Sometimes it's okay to think about yourself. When you've been through a frightening or traumatic experience, it helps to talk about it with some pony you trust." "Like you?" Sweetie Belle asked, even though she knew she probably didn't need to. Rarity nodded back. "Yes, and not just me. It's why you have so many friends. They're always there for you, just like you're always there for them. I'm sure if you talk to them, you'll find many of them feel the same way you do." She concluded by saying, "Above all else, Sweetie Belle, you should remember that you're still just a pony. Sometimes you're going to feel scared or anxious or upset, and when you feel that way, it's important not to try to pretend otherwise. Doing so can lead to disastrous consequences. Do you understand?" For a moment, Sweetie was silent, thinking over her big sister's words. Then she managed to nod and smile. "Yeah, I believe I do." She leaned wholeheartedly into Rarity's embrace and nuzzled up against her. "Thanks for having this talk with me, Rarity. I thought I didn't need to have it, but it turns out I really did. I feel better now, I think. It feels like something's been lifted from me." The fashionista sweetly replied as she slowly rose from the bed. "Glad to hear it, Sweetie Belle." She patted her little sister gently on the forehead. "Now, do you think you could get some sleep so that I could stop worrying about you and get some myself?" Actually, Rarity," Sweetie sheepishly asked, trying hard to keep from blushing, "could I sleep with you just for tonight? I think I'll feel better and sleep better if I know you're right there if I need you." Rarity was happy to oblige the offer. "Of course, Sweetie Belle. I was wondering when you might ask. I think we'll both find it easy to sleep if we both know we're next to each other." She then kindly waited for her sister to get out of bed and ushered her out of the guest bedroom. All in all, this conversation had worked out better than the fashionista had hoped for.
Late at night and the boutiques glow, a sister feels the tears that flow. Sweetie hides beneath her covers tight, but Rarity steps in to make things right. Whispers break the quiet air, a gentle hoof to show she's there. Darling, let it out, don't hide. You don't have to face this storm inside. It's okay to feel, it's okay to cry, to wonder why the world's not right. Bravery's not pretending you're whole, it's sharing the weight that burdens your soul. Together we'll heal, step by step we'll try. It's okay to feel, my sweetie, don't deny. You've been so strong, but it's been too much. Hiding the fear, avoiding the clutch. Even I've been shaken by what we've seen. It's no weakness to feel caught in between. Sweetie leans into her sister's chest. to wonder why the world's not right. Bravery's not pretending you're whole, it's sharing the weight that burdens your soul. Together we'll heal, step by step we'll try. It's okay to feel, my sweetie, don't deny. In the glow of the moon, their bond shines bright. Two sisters find solace through the night. With love and words, the wounds will seal. For it's always okay to feel.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Bro, who? Comment, subscribe, ring that bell.
Seuss Vide by Gara the author. Rarity watched as Twilight Sparkle awoke, starting to shed the hefty dosage of Rohypnol that had been mixed into her evening cocktail. Her darling looked so beautiful at the moment, stirring from her narcotic-induced slumber. Twilight attempted to move, yet found herself unable to as heavy rope bound her arms and legs to the chair she was seated in. When her limbs failed her, she turned to magic, the base of her horn glowing vibrantly, yet the ring just above it, covered in mythic runes, denied her even the simplest of cantrips. Rarity smirked, looking away from Twilight into a cutting board where a sharp knife effortlessly chopped green onion, creating a small pile of chives. "So glad you're finally with us, dear," Rarity teased, looking back up and pointing the tip of her blade at Twilight. Twilight heard the voice, her head snapping up and body instantly growing tense. There was legitimate terror in Twilight's eyes, and Rarity cherished it. She was but a mere mortal, yet she managed to become the nightmare of a goddess. There was something poetic about that. She was sure of it. The princess stuttered some response, though her words were caught behind the fabric gag crammed into her mouth, a necessary precaution to stop any verbal ejaculations from flittering through the windows or harming Rarity's already strained conscience. "I'm surprised you were so trusting when I invited you over," Rarity said, moving towards the fridge. "After all, I know you've been hot on my heels for a while now. Though I suppose you have always thought the best of your friends and just couldn't bear to believe all those little cannibalistic breadcrumbs I've left in my wake. Or maybe you did believe in them and just thought I would succumb to your worldview in a civilized debate." She waved her hand dismissively. "Regardless, you've made a poor choice accepting that spritzer from me." She chuckled and glanced over her shoulder into the living room. Her home had a very open-air design, with the kitchen and living space separated by an island and not walls. This meant that Rarity could revel fully in Twilight's utter helplessness. "I am quite impressed, actually. I thought I dotted all my I's and crossed my T's when I went on the hunt." Rarity shook her head and pulled out a series of ingredients, bringing them to the island. "Though I suppose it was my own hubris that started to get the better of me. A loner here, a hermit there, and no one would have been the wiser." She sighed. "But I suppose that's the thing about hunters. They want bigger trophies, bigger game, something truly impressive to hang on their walls. Why go for something easy when you can actually make a name for yourself and cement your legacy with an actual challenge? Twilight looked deliciously terror-stricken at that moment. Did she think that Rarity was about to make her into one of those trophies? There would hardly be a better one in all the lands, but Rarity had something else in mind for Twilight Sparkle. This mare was something special and didn't deserve such an anticlimactic ending. To answer your question, the one you've been dying to know, Rarity grinned. Yes, I am responsible for the disappearance of Pinkie Pie. I became infatuated with the idea when I realized how nice her meat would taste. She made a pleasurable little chirping sound as she kissed her fingers like a chef. And I was right. The mare's meat was so fatty, nothing like all that lean stuff I usually butcher. Pretty much melted straight from the bone. Twilight let out a tortured gasp, tears watering in her eyes before drawing darkened trails along her cheeks. Rarity smirked, gliding over to the stove and turning on one of the elements. She then placed a frying pan upon it. In this went half a stick of butter, some cream, and a few choice herbs and spices. A simple enough sauce, but that was what she wanted. Something to enhance the flavour of the meat, not mask it, especially when dealing with a cut this fine. She watched as the butter slowly melted, glancing between it and her captive. If it makes you feel any better, Pinkie didn't suffer, Rarity said, mashing the stick to help it melt quicker. I am not a sadist. I do not gain pleasure from making other ponies suffer. Like with fashion, cooking is merely an art, and there are a few taboo ingredients that I like to include within my culinary designs. It was like with you, darling. I simply dosed her drink and slit her throat during her slumber. She didn't suffer in the slightest. Twilight sobbed, obviously distressed at having heard that uttered aloud. You should be honoured, really, Rarity went on, her sores finally taking form as she reduced it to a simmer. You're the first pony I've ever made this confession to. I've never let another pony actually witness me cook. I'm surprisingly adept at it, believe it or not. But you aren't like most ponies. You're special to me, Twilight Sparkle. This revelation didn't seem to calm Twilight in the slightest, as the princess continued to squirm in her chair. Didn't the deer realize this was a fruitless endeavor? Regardless, she'd learn soon enough. Are you familiar with the art of sous-vide? Rarity asked, offering her darling a playful smirk. Twilight didn't respond with anything but grunts of panicked distress. Rarity sighed. I'm not surprised. Not many ponies really understand the amount of work that goes into preparing meat. It is a forgotten culinary art that really only exists in a few ancient tomes written by long-dead ambassadors to the Griffin lands. We ponies, we have grown quite comfortable with the idea of being herbivores. Well, her expression grew quite sinister. Most of us anyways. She moved over to a plastic container on the countertop. It was filled with warm water, and inside was a vacuum-sealed plastic bag with a hunk of Pinkie Pie cooking away. She had butchered this piece in her best imitation of a filet mignon, and having tried a similar cut before, could confirm that the comparison was quite accurate. Sous vide is essentially using water to cook your meat to an ideal temperature, in this case around 55 degrees Celsius for about 2 hours, as that is a beautiful medium rare. She pointed at Twilight. And unlike with frying, sous vide ensures that it is cooked consistently, being this wonderful pinkish hue all the way through. She groaned in pleasure. Do you want to see it? Twilight, struggling, stopped as she frantically shook her head, pleading through the gag. Are you sure? Rarity asked, pursing her lips. It really is something special to look at. She snorted and rolled her eyes. Why do I even bother asking? Both of us know I am going to revel in this fully, with or without your consent. She pulled the plastic bag out with a pair of tongs, placing it on the countertop. She sliced into it, making sure to drain the juices into a nearby bowl. Ideally, this would be preserved for later, where it could be used for sauces and gravies, though Rarity doubted that she would be remaining within her home long enough to make either. Once the juices were cleared away, she used her tongs to show off the hunk of meat to Twilight. It didn't look particularly appetizing, being this ugly greyish hunk of meat with gory juices dripping from it. But there was still plenty of work to be done. Now, I know this doesn't look particularly appetizing, Rarity said before she hid the steak for the sake of Twilight's rapidly greening complexion. Though I doubt I could ever make it look appealing to you. But there is work that we can do to remedy the greyish complexion of the meat and make it a beautiful brown. This involved heading back to the stove where Rarity grabbed a second pan, this one cast iron, placing it upon another of the elements. She turned this one to its highest setting and returned to her prep station while it warmed. Do you know that I love you, Twilight? Rarity asked, grabbing a clean knife to chop through a tomato. You have this personality that I just can't get enough of. You have this righteous demeanour which conflicts so fantastically with my own. And don't even get me started on your relentless spirit, stunning intellect, and gorgeous physique. She chuckled. I did think about stealing a kiss while you were slumbered, but I felt that would be most improper. The blade danced through the tomato, severing it quickly into a bunch of thin slices, and just as Rarity was about to reach the last one, she felt the knife meet her flesh. She hissed loudly through her teeth, pulling her wounded hand away. Motherfucker! She grumbled, watching the red already pull to the surface before looking at Twilight and offering a strained smile. Cooking accident, dear. Sorry for my language. She placed the wounded finger in her mouth and sucked upon it as she rushed towards the kitchen's first aid kit. Though as she tasted her blood, her eyes widened and a surprised little note of pleasure edged forth. That actually doesn't taste all that bad, Rarity murmured, changing course and heading for the stove. You learnt something new every day, it seems. She went over to the sauce, humming to herself as she tried to appraise how much of a new ingredient to add. She decided on a few droplets, letting the red tarnish the otherwise yellowish sauce. With that done, she finally went for the first aid kit, treating her finger with a bandage. Did you ever harbour feelings for me, dear? Rarity asked, returning to the cutting board. With the tomato done, she started to cut through a ball of mozzarella cheese, forming equally thin slices. I always felt like there was something beyond friendship brewing beyond our relationship, she sighed. Or am I just crazy? Well, that was admittedly a pretty stupid question to ask. Any sane pony wouldn't really get involved with the whole cannibalism thing. Be honest with me, Twilight, Rarity said. Twilight looked at her for a moment, her eyes melting. Rarity almost felt guilty as she picked up on the raw wave of negativity that seemed to just waft forth from Twilight. Yet, in the end, Twilight nodded, conceding this point. Rarity smirked. Then, maybe something good did come out of this little cat-and-mouse game after all. I'll admit, a confession of love on the first date does seem a little uncouth, but so does introducing bondage so early into our relationship. When the mozzarella was diced, Rarity returned to the frying pan, hovering a hand over top of it. She could feel the heat radiate off the surface, curling at her digits. Perfect! She gripped Pinky's meat with her tongs and placed it in the frying pan. It immediately started to sizzle and the rich smell of cooking fat and muscle hit her. It was absolutely delectable. "Do you smell that, dear?" Rarity asked. Twilight nodded, once again starting to tear up and flinch away. "It is such a fantastic smell," Rarity commented, humming to herself and drumming her fingers on the counter as she watched the meat sizzle. "I wish we could have a proper discussion. I'd love to quiz you on what I did wrong, how you picked up on my scent, how sure you were of my duplicity as you neared in for the kill." She licked her lips. "I'll admit, there was something thrilling about feeling you on my heels, something exhilarating about being the prey for once. The hunt is so much more fun when there's someone actively sniffing you out and giving pursuit." She flipped over the steak, grinning as she nodded at the slight charring she'd left behind, greatly improving the greyish colour of the steak by turning it into a rich brown. "Have you ever read a Sherlock Holmes story?" Rarity asked. "Silly question, knowing you, but—" Twilight nodded slowly, the poor dear looking quite ill. "I feel like our relationship, as of late, could be pulled from one of those short stories," Rarity went on. "You're the Holmes to my Rarity, yin and yang and all of that. You might hate me, Twilight, and you will for sure despise me after tonight. But we complete each other, darling. What is a love affair without a little bit of conflict, right?" Rarity grinned and lifted the steak, making sure to sear the sides of it to perfection. "I will tell you 2 things, Twilight. First, I will not be killing you tonight." Twilight sighed in relief at that declaration. "The hunt is far more fun when you're involved," Rarity said. "It adds a certain excitement to things knowing that I have such a capable mare on my tail." And just like that, Twilight's relief was absent. "Second," Rarity continued, pointing with her tongs, "I will not remain in Ponyville after tonight. Obviously, the game would be much too easy if I stayed. Instead, I will take a head start, once our affairs here are concluded, and we will play this game all across this fair kingdom until eventually one of us is bested." With the steak now properly charred, Rarity placed it upon a plate. Since it was the equine equivalent of a filet mignon, she added the sauce over top of it for flavour, making sure to put on her best display at plating. This meal was supposed to be quite special after all. Finally, she added the tomato and mozzarella as garnish, stacking the slices on top of each other next to the meat before drizzling balsamic vinaigrette over the top. This was by far one of her best meals, though it was supposed to be, as this would probably be the only one she'd make in front of living company. "But before I depart, darling," Rarity said, stepping into the living room with the plate in hand, "I wanted to leave you with something to remember me by. Something to light that fire in your gullet so you give our romance everything it deserves when you finally get a chance to pursue." As she moved over, she used her magic to bring forth a fork and knife. "Because, Twilight Sparkle, I don't think that there is any greater display of love." Rarity placed the plate down in front of Twilight, making sure her terrified gaze was upon it as she cut into the meat. She took much glee in watching the red juices ooze forth, looking much like blood as they pooled upon the plate. "Then, to cook a meal for the pony you love most in the entire world." She levitated the piece over to Twilight, while at the same time removing her gag. "Bon appetit, my love."
Dark night, cold winds, comfort food, delight. Pinky's gone so right. Guilty whispers fade. Cannibal crusade, justice comes too late. Rarity's cannibal beast. Rarity's cannibal beast. Secrets in the stew, magic's dark in hue, reveal what's true. Flavors of the past, moments never last, justice coming fast. Rarity's cannibal feast. Rarity's unicorns on game, settled with the beast. Victims will never speak her name. So secrets in the stew, magic's darkened hue, reveal what's true. Flavors of the past, moments never last, justice coming fast. Rarity's cannibal feast. Rarity's unicorns on game, settled with the beast. Victims will never speak her name. So
Impermanence by Shakespeare-Ecles. It was early in the morning. Drake walked from the royal chambers to greet the dawn. In the dark western sky, Luna's moon slipped below the edge of the heavens. He turned back to face the east. The sky began to glow a deep red, and then orange. It brightened to a yellow, heralding the coming dawn. He turned and ran back inside the luxurious cave, as luxurious as a cave could be. "Dad! Dad! Come on, Dad! We gotta go! Wake up!" he called out, jumping and bounding over his brothers and sisters sleeping about on the floor. "Dad? Dad!" he said, growing frustrated. "Your son is awake," Ember said without opening her eyes. "Before sunrise, he's your son," Spike said. Drake climbed up onto him and nipped his wing, giving it a yank without effect. Drake tumbled away and ran back, trying to headbutt Spike awake. "Dad! You promised!" Drake said. Spike opened his eyes and saw his son filling his field of vision. Okay, I'm up, Spike said with a yawn. He and his queen, Ember, each roused from their sleep and walked outside with Drake. Ember was the reigning Dragon Lord, and she had taken Spike as her suitor. They ruled all the dragons and answered to nobody. "Come on, Dad!" Well, almost nobody. "I don't understand why you don't sleep in like the rest of your brothers and sisters," Ember said. "I thought that I'd finally be able to get a full night's rest once I married royalty," Spike said. "But Drake is always up with the sun and makes sure that we are too." Drake sat at the edge of the plateau watching the sky getting brighter. "He reminds you of your Princess Twilight," Ember said, giving him a nudge with her elbow. "Yeah," Spike watched as a sliver of Celestia's sun poked above the horizon with piercing brightness that made his reptilian pupils become thin slits. It had been years since he'd last seen Twilight, or Celestia. Even longer since he'd seen them outside of a foreign relations meeting. And it had been even longer since he'd seen Equestria or any pony else. "Hey!" Ember waved her claws in front of his face. Spike blinked and shook his head, coming back to the present. "Where'd you go?" "Nothing. Nowhere," he said. In the distance, he could see an approaching figure. He recognized the silhouette of her messenger dragon, Mina. "Good morning, my lord," the Morve dragon greeted as she gave a curtsy. "My lady?" "Good morning, Mina," Ember replied. "What news from the west?" Spike asked. Mina made regular trips to Philadelphia to exchange international correspondences. She reached into her bag, retrieving a scroll. "Just the one, sire," she said. Ember reached out to take the scroll. Mina pulled away. "Addressed to Lord Spike, my lady." Spike took the scroll. It was sealed with a stylistic R. It had been decades since he had last seen the symbol, but he recognized it right away. He broke the seal and opened it immediately, reading the contents. He crushed it in his claws and incinerated as soon as he finished. "I need to go back to Equestria. Now!" "What is it? Business or pleasure?" Ember asked. "Neither," Spike said, gritting his teeth. "It's Rarity." Ember followed him to the edge of the cliff by the sea. He spread his wings wide, preparing to take off. He looked back at Ember, giving her a kiss farewell. "She's dying!" It was a day's trip, non-stop across the sea, as the Pegasus flies. Spike flew into Ponyville the following morning. For the passage of so many years, upstairs, her door was slightly ajar. He gave it a gentle push open, poking his head inside. "Spike!" Rarity whimpered from the bed. Rarity squinted in his direction as he fumbled for her glasses. "How did you know it was me?" he asked. "For someone your size, I don't need to be able to see. I could hear you coming," she said. "Celestia's already visited, and Big Mac's been dead for years. It's a little late for him to haunt me." She affixed her glasses and looked at him standing nervously in the hallway. "Won't she come in?" Spike brushed his crest back a bit and nervously walked in. "Please." Rarity motioned to the floor beside her bed. "So," he tried, trailing off back into silence. "So, here you are," Rarity said. "And here I am. How do I look? I want to be ready for my big day tomorrow." Rarity was old, but it would be hard to tell at first glance. Her mane was in curling rollers. It was the same crisp indigo it had always been, but Spike's sensitive dragon nose could smell the chemicals of her hair dye. Her grey roots were nearly indistinguishable from her white coat. Her regular trips to the spa had kept her mostly free of wrinkles, except for the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. She had been a mare that smiled a lot, but he could see it. The age on her. It was in her eyes. They looked tired. "You're beautiful," he said. "Liar. I have mirrors, you know. I'm old." "You don't look it." I do look old. I feel old. I can feel it in my joints." She winced as she adjusted herself in the bed, but then smiled a little. "Not bad for 111. We'll see how you look when you're my age." "Rarity, I'm 93, he said. She looked at him. At 93, he was a young adult dragon. He was in the youthful prime of his life. He looked back at her. "You're beautiful." "Do you really think so?" she asked, brushing a couple stray hairs out of her face. "You still think that I look beautiful?" "I said you are beautiful," he said. "You always taught me that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that true beauty is more than fur deep." "You remember that?" she asked. "Of course, how could I forget?" He took her hoof in his hands. "I love you." Rarity quickly looked away, blinking back her tears. She wasn't prepared for him to say it so freely. "Still?" she asked, still facing away. "Always," he answered resolutely. She slowly turned back to him. "Spike, being a hopeless romantic like this, it's not attractive to carry a flame for some pony for so long," she said. "I don't care," he said. "I'm not afraid to say it." "Have you ever considered how it might feel to hear it?" she asked. He didn't know how to respond. She sighed. "I wasn't lying when I wrote to you. I'm dying." No, you're not," Spike said in a patronizing tone. "Twilight could make you some more of those youth tonics, or Discord could..." Ray put her hoof up to stop him. "Spike, I don't want any of that. I'm dying and I've accepted it. I need you to accept it as well." "You want to die?" he asked. "I don't want to live forever, Spike. My husband is dead. I've been a widow for 36 years. I've had to bury almost all of my friends. Do you think that Fluttershy is happy to see her children become senior citizens while she lingers on in her youth? She looks just like she's one of her own grandfoals. She'll have to attend her own foals' funerals. And all because Discord is too selfish to be able to let her go. You need to let me go, Spike. That's why I never told you that I loved you too." "What?" Spike was aghast. "You loved me too?" "Of course I did. How could I not? You were always such a gentleman. You were Spike said, jittery. We could have the life we were meant to have. Spike, would you damn my children to never exist for your own desire? No, I could just not go to Draconia. I could stay here with you, and we could still love each other. Spike, no! I was always faithful to my husband. How could you even think to ask that? Do you really think so little of me? Rarity, Spike, I've had a long, happy life, a full life full of friends and family. But I never forgot about you. That was why I wanted you to be here now. Not Twilight, not Celestia, not my foals. You. But why? He sobbed. Because I knew that you loved me. Because I knew that you would feel great sadness when I was gone. But I didn't want that feeling to be regret. Regret? Spike, I don't want you to regret your life. I don't want you to leave here dwelling on what might have been. I want you to be happy. But I can't lose you. Not again. Spike held her hoof, crying into her bedding. I've only just found out about how you felt. You can't die. Spike, I can. But it's okay. It's going to be okay. Death is a part of life. Death is what makes life worth living. It gives you a deadline to do the things that you want to do. What you really want to do. It focuses your priorities. She ran a hoof along his scales as she sobbed. Shh, shh. I've always been so good with deadlines. I wanted to make sure I did this last thing for you. But could I ask one thing of you? She asked. His head popped up. Of course, Rarity. Anything. Have a good life, Spike. Do good. I think you mean do well? No, Spike. I mean do good. Promise me, won't you? Yes, I promise, he said. He laid back into her pillows. I've had a good life, Spike. I've had a fabulous life. And I always cherished your part in it. Rarity yawned. I'm so tired, Spike. Could you help put my sleep mask on? She asked. Sure. He gently pulled the strap back on the mask and let it rest over her eyes. Thank you, darling. I need my beauty rest. Rarity, you can't die. You said you had a big day tomorrow, right? Oh, yes. I should think every pony will be coming to see me. What are you? He caught himself and got a lump in his throat. She wouldn't be debuting any new fashion line this time. The ponies would be coming to see her at her funeral. Rare! I love you! Spike could barely get the words out. Spike, Rarity tried to say, hearing him cry. I'm sorry. Spike, I need you to be strong. When I'm gone, I don't want you to cry. I don't want you to say that you love me. I don't want you to say that you're sorry. That's not what I want. What do you want? He asked, wiping his eyes. I want you to kiss me. One last time. When I'm gone, I want you to kiss me goodbye. And then I want you to go home to your family and live. I want you to have a good life. I want you to have a fabulous life for me, she said. Spike sat there in silence. Promise me you'll do that. Rarity, promise me that you'll do that for me, darling. I promise. Thank you, Spike. It means a lot to me that you do that. Rarity laid still for a bit. Spike sat there by her side. Tears ran down his cheeks. He promised that he wouldn't let her see him cry, but she had her sleep mask on now. He cried as quietly as possible. After several minutes, Rarity spoke again. Spike? Yes, Rarity, he said, quickly wiping his eyes. Sing to me. Sing to me that dragon song of yours. You know which one. What? No, it's stupid. Then sing me that stupid dragon song, please, my love, for me. Yes, my love, Spike croaked out, trying to clear his throat. A dragon is the finest creature ever. There's more to him than just guarding treasure. Be he for a flying ride, or for fighting by your side. A dragon's a companion for now and forever. How was that, Rare? Spike asked after the verse. Rarity? Rarity! She looked so still, one would have thought her asleep were it not for the absence of her chest rising and falling. The realization hit Spike with the force of a train. She was gone! He clenched his eyes, clutched his chest, and quickly turned away. His mouth gaped in a silent scream. He was unable to cry out the long vowels of a wail. Only a few stifled consonants as his throat closed up. For all the pain he felt in his life, all the fights and challenges, falls and crashes, none came close. Nothing compared to the feeling of his heart ripping in half. He breathed at last, in short stifled breaths, but he promised that he wouldn't cry. He'd cried enough tonight. He promised he would be strong. He waited to regain his composure. He would need to go downstairs and bear the bad news. But first, he leaned over the bed, brought himself down to a beautiful face, and he kissed her cheek.
I wonder if you'd stay, if you knew the things I've kept away. I wonder what you'll do. Would you charge me with your hate? You never really knew just how terribly I needed you. You are nowhere to be found. I was falling fast into the ground. Have I lost? Have I lost you? Have I lost? Have I lost you?
I drank for you and me, much too much but not enough, you see. I thought that it's okay, dying slowly just today.
A Darling Little Secret by Gusto Starstorm. It had initially been a simple trip to Canterlot, meant to stock up on some niche accoutrements for her own Nightmare Night costume. In previous years she had been swamped with orders, as every pony in Ponyville needed a costume. Rarity was often working herself so hard that she rarely partook in the festivities. This year, however, she was ahead of schedule, in part because none of her friends had put in orders. To be fair, one had said they would, but that did not come to fruition. After last year's Nightmare Night was over, the daredevil among them had realised she'd gotten a hole in her Shadow Bolt costume. Naturally, Rarity had offered to patch it up, and even offered to make it better for next year. At the time, Rainbow Dash had seemed so enthusiastic about it. Yet here it was, 1 year later with only a week before Nightmare Night, and she had been nowhere to be found around Ponyville. Nobody had seen Rainbow Dash at all outside of her work hours. Unusually for her, she seemed to be keeping to herself lately, and no pony knew why. Thus, as Rarity made her own way down Restaurant Row, what she thought she had seen had stopped her dead in her tracks. Sitting there, at a cafe with some of Twilight's old Canterlot friends, was a cyan pony with rainbow-coloured hair. But there was something so off about this scene that Rarity found herself doing a double take. Unfortunately, during said double take, she was spotted. "Oh, Rarity!" Minuet called out, waving to the alabaster unicorn. "What are you doing here?" "Greetings, Minuet," Rarity said, trotting over to the table. "Forgive me for staring, darling. I thought I saw some pony I knew." "It's alright," Lemon Hearts told her before sipping her tea. "We were just hanging out with our new friend, Rainbow Gleam." Rainbow Gleam? Taking a cursory glance to her left, Rarity saw the eerily familiar pony. However, upon closer inspection, the differences quickly became clearer. For starters, before her sat an earth pony, lacking the wings of her dear friend and possessing a different cutie mark. Her mane as well was far more well kept, and almost reminded Rarity of her own in a way. Various shades of pink, orange, yellow, green and blue coming together to form a simply heavenly look. This was a pony who took care of herself, and Rarity could see that. Still though, something about those magenta eyes. "Hello there, darling," the pony known as Rainbow Gleam finally said. "It is nice to meet you." A small smile graced Rarity's face. Rainbow Gleam certainly seemed polite. "Charmed," the unicorn said. "Are you new in town? I fear I've never seen you around Canterlot before." "I am indeed. The last few weeks have been utterly dreadful for me, so I have been looking for a change of scenery." Rainbow Gleam took a sip of her tea, then gestured to Minuet. "Luckily for me, I met this lovely darling who took a liking to me immediately. We've been meeting up for tea every day for the past week." "Speaking of," Twinkle-Shine interjected, "do you want to join us, Rarity? We've got an open spot. Moon Dancer had to dip out early, unfortunately." The fashionista nodded. "I think I can make a moment, girls. This would be a good chance to let me know how far your costumes are coming anyhow." "How darling of you!" Rainbow Gleam cheered. "You're a costume designer." "Fashion in general," Rarity corrected. "But around Nightmare Night, I'll usually take up the challenge of designing costumes for every pony. It's a rather lovely change of pace." "Sounds like it. I do appreciate a well-crafted design myself." Rarity let out a small giggle of delight. From the little they have talked, Rainbow Gleam seemed like some pony she would get along with well. It would be nice to spend some time with another pony who appreciated fashion like she did. And yet, when their eyes met again, something still seemed off. That familiar magenta seemed to be toying with Rarity far too much. "Something wrong, darling?" asked Rainbow Gleam. "Well, forgive my asking this out of nowhere, but you wouldn't happen to have a relative named Rainbow Dash, would you? Pegasus? Has a similarly multicoloured mane?" Gleam's initial reaction was shock. That much Rarity could tell. But then, an eager Minuet only added to the issue. "Oh hey, you're right," the blue unicorn exclaimed. "They do kinda look alike, don't they?" "Yeah, but the way they act is night and day," Lemon Heart said idly. "No offence to Rainbow Dash, of course. She's very cool and all. I just don't see her hanging out somewhere like this, you know." The clear discomfort on Rainbow Gleam's face made Rarity wince. If she were to wager, this was a bit of a touchy subject to the Earth Pony. A theory began to crystallise in her mind, but instead of voicing it, she decided to take a different angle. "Well, never mind that, dear," Rarity said out of nowhere. "Silly me and my little notions. Tell you what, Rainbow Gleam, if you like, you could join me on getting some supplies. I'll need to get back to Ponyville soon to finish the girls' costumes." "Ah, Oh, yes, I would love to, darling, Rainbow Gleam said, a nervous smile visible. Forgive me, girls. Not that this hasn't been fun, but I think I will join Rarity on a little shopping spree. Well, alright, Minuet answered, offering the warmest smile she could muster. I hope you'll think about joining us though. Nightmare Night in Ponyville is so much fun. I will consider it. For now, though, I shall bid you adieu. And without another word, the two fashion-savvy ponies left, heading away from Restaurant Row. However, during the walk back, something kept bugging Rarity, and one look at Rainbow Gleam only furthered that feeling. She had to say something. Rainbow Gleam, I am so sorry for putting you on the spot there. I didn't mean to upset you like I clearly did. For a bit, Gleam did not answer, her downtrodden expression saying it all. Rarity had clearly hit a sore subject, and that certainly did make the walk a bit awkward. And yet, she still couldn't help but theorise. Had Gleam and Dash had a falling out in the past? Well, it was none of her business, she reasoned. If Gleam wanted to tell her, then she would tell her. Rarity, darling, Gleam eventually spoke up. You were curious if I had a cousin named Rainbow Dash, right? The unicorn nodded, and Rainbow Gleam took a deep breath in. She looked Rarity in the eyes and smiled. The next thing that came out of Gleam's mouth, though, shocked Rarity to her core. It's that convincing, huh? She said, losing the accent and sounding slightly raspier than before. Remind me to thank Twilight later, will ya? Stunned silence was Rarity's only answer. You're not about to freak out on me, are you, Rare? Without a single word, Rarity's eyes practically bored into her friend from how utterly flabbergasted she was. The silence was getting to be too much, and Rainbow Gleam winced worriedly. Rarity, please, if you're going to scream, could you not? I don't want to cause a scene in the middle of town. That seemed to get the fashionista's attention, as she blinked a couple of times before shaking her head, taking in a deep breath to try to steady her nerves. Rarity quietly said the first thing that came to mind. Is that really you, Rainbow Dash? The pony in question giggled, whispering in kind. Pretty good disguise, right? Twilight made a little spell for me, though I did style my mane myself. How'd you like it? Well, it's quite fetching indeed, Rarity admitted, but that's hardly the point. You're telling me Twilight has been transforming you into an earth pony so you can go to tea with Minuet and company here in Canterlot? Dash shrugged. I mean, I've been doing other stuff too, like I bought this really pretty dress yesterday. I should show it to you. I think you'll like it. Oh, and you're buying dresses too? Asked the unicorn incredulously. Why do you sound so upset, Rarity? I thought you'd be excited about this. Under normal circumstances, I would be. However, I feel I'm just a tad confused about this whole thing. I've never known you to be so much like you. Silence fell between them for a few seconds, but Rainbow Dash didn't let it last long. Rarity, have you ever felt like you're not so good at showing ponies every part of you? That got the unicorn's undivided attention. Whatever do you mean, darling? Well, Rainbow looked away, lightly sighing before she continued. I know what other ponies think of me. Everyone sees Rainbow Dash and thinks sporty, daring, rough and tumble, right? And don't get me wrong, I totally get it. I'm awesome. It's not like that's a front or nothing. I just kind of wish I was better at expressing this other part of me. The girl who sometimes likes a good dress, who'd love to have tea and talk with a little more, poshness, I guess. The word you're looking for is class, Rarity interjected, but I believe I do understand what you're saying. Well, anyway, I went to Twilight and she gave me a little spell to help me do that. I've been having so much fun with it that I've been using it pretty much every chance I got. The two made their way to a small fountain, Rarity sat down by it, deep in contemplation. In the span of only a few minutes, she had gotten the answers to several questions she'd initially had, and a few she didn't even realise she wanted to ask, as well as a small, unanswered one, which she voiced immediately. Why the name Rainbow Gleam, if you don't mind me asking? Well, other than wanting to keep a part of myself while doing this, the disguised Pegasus propped her head up proudly. It's a little something Try taught me about espionage. It wasn't enough for me to look different or have a different name, I had to act differently too. So I tried to act like... Me? Rarity asked, a knowing grin on her face. Even copied one of my verbal tics, it seemed. Hey, cut me some slack. It was either that or dashing, and I thought that would have been too obvious. The mares shared a laugh at that, before falling back to their thoughts. In this new silence, Rarity continued to contemplate the situation, now that she'd had a chance to digest the new information. So, Rainbow Dash had a secret, and Twilight was in on it. The mare liked fashion, at least to some degree, and enjoyed acting like a refined lady from time to time. All of what they knew of Rainbow Dash was true. She was still the brave and daring stunt flyer every pony loved, but she was also this pony. And yet, Rainbow felt the need to disguise herself and travel to Canterlot in order to express this. She didn't feel comfortable doing so back in Ponyville. Rarity's heart went out to a friend, thinking about that. It could be difficult to go against others' perceptions of oneself, and it seemed Rainbow sometimes wanted to go far against Pony's view of her. Rarity wanted to help. She had to help. Rainbow Dash, have you ever considered doing this in Ponyville? A couple of times, yeah, Dash answered. Why? Well, I just had a thought, dear. What if you went as this side of yourself for Nightmare Night? Looking up, Rarity could see the shock in her friend's eyes, but from experience, she could tell it was not the bad kind of shock. This was simply being blindsided by a question. But it was clear that the Pegasus was considering it. Well, I mean, do you think I could get away with that? Asked Rainbow Dash, her voice tinged with, if it were any other pony, Rarity would have thought it to be trepidation. I mean, I know every pony dresses up on Nightmare Night, but I bet it'd be a shock for all our friends. Let them be shocked then. It's all in good fun, is it not? Rainbow Dash looked to the ground, clearly deep in thought. Then after a few seconds, she turned her head slightly and put on an easygoing smile. I will need to dress for such a lovely occasion, Dash said, slipping back into her alter ego. Would you be willing to make me one, Rarity darling? To that, Rarity smiled. I would be honoured to, Rainbow Gleam. This was it, the big night. As Rarity made her way out to the festival, she took great care in her steps so as to keep her blue pinstripe suit pristine. She looked into the reflection of a nearby window, adjusting her mask for the final time before finally heading out. This would be her first Nightmare Night in a while, and the unicorn intended to have a good time. As she reached the facilities, her eyes wandered, eagerly searching the crowds for a certain Pegasus. But try as she may, Rarity could not find Rainbow Dash. Unfortunate too, as the two of them had worked very closely to finish her costume on time. She was quite eager to see the reactions from every pony. Oh, it's fine, Rarity reminded herself. She probably just got caught up in making sure her hair was perfect. She will be here, I hope. A small twinge of dread formed in the pit of Rarity's stomach at the prospect of Rainbow Dash not going through with it. Of course, it was her friend's call in the end, but still. Nightmare Night was supposed to be a time of delight after all, and Rarity wanted nothing more than for her friends to be delighted. Rarity! turning around so fast as to risk whiplash. The unicorn's excitement was slightly dashed upon seeing it wasn't her rainbow-haired friend, only slightly, however, as instead she was greeted by 4 similarly familiar faces. "Ah, Minuet!" exclaimed Rarity. "Lemon Hearts, Twinkle Shine, and you must be Moon Dancer, correct?" The bespectacled unicorn nodded, adjusting her glasses. "It's nice to finally meet some of Twilight's other friends. You're Rarity, right?" "Indeed I am. And if you're looking to meet Twilight's friends, you shan't be disappointed, dear. Why, even her friend Sunset Shimmer is making the trip to be here." "Oh, I remember her," said Twinkle Shine. "And she's friends with Twilight, huh? Sounds like she's changed for the better. Hopefully she'll like our get-up." "Hey, yeah!" Minuet exclaimed, pulling out her fencing foil by magic. "Thanks again, Rarity. These 3 Buccaneers get-up are the best costumes we could have ever gone with." "I wish you would have joined us, Moony," Lemonheart said. "There was a 4th Buccaneer after all." "Yeah, well, I didn't want to force you guys to spend money on me," Moon Dancer admitted, looking away in embarrassment. "This is my first Nightmare Night in years." "Oh, we wouldn't have minded," Minuet insisted, "but we do like your costume all the same." Rarity nodded. "It is quite the fetching librarian costume, my dear." Upon hearing that, Moon Dancer looked as though she'd just been insulted. "Librarian? Ah, no, it's not a librarian, it's A.K. Yearling, darling, author of the Daring Do books." The 5 unicorns all froze at hearing this new voice, but for very different reasons. Rarity was the first to turn her attention to the newcomer, hoping that her instinct was, in fact, correct. And sure enough, it was. Sauntering over to the party was every pony's favourite Pegasus, Rainbow Dash, grabbing the attention of those she had passed with her outfit. Though, not that Rarity could blame them. Tonight her friend looked like a completely different pony. One with her mane brushed and styled to the side, wearing a deep blue sequin dress and a beautiful necklace embedded with a single emerald. And Rarity couldn't keep the smile off her face as she saw her. "Oh, silly me," Rarity said. "How could I forget the author of my dear friend's favourite books?" "All is forgiven," Rainbow Dash told her. "It's quite a lovely little get-up, darling." Moon Dancer looked away, flustered by the compliment. Well, thanks. It was kind of a last-minute thing. I couldn't even remember the spell to get my glasses the right shade of red." "Oh, pish posh," Rainbow Dash answered, ignoring the shocked expressions of the other 3 unicorns. "Moon Dancer, was it? Regardless of the little details, you look utterly dashing. And if you've gone through the effort of dressing like her, am I right to guess you're a fan as well?" "I am, yeah," Moon Dancer told her. "I didn't think you would be as well. No offense." "None taken, darling. Though why would I be offended by that?" Well, I mean, I've heard a lot about you from Twilight and the girls, and..." Moon Dancer didn't get to finish the thought, as a light giggle came from Rainbow Dash. "Trust me when I say this, there's far more to every pony than what she shows every pony else." "Yeah, I suppose there would be." Throughout this whole exchange, Rarity had been sparing passing glances at the 3 Buccaneers, checking them for their reaction. But as that line hung in the air, there was a change. First it was Twinkleshine, eyes going a bit wider, followed by Lemonheart, who raised a hoof to her chin in deep contemplation. And last, but certainly not least, was Minuet. That knowing grin on her face said it all. "Well, regardless," Rainbow Dash continued, "it's wonderful to meet another pony with good taste, and since I've not seen your face around here, am I right to assume this is your first Nightmare Night in Ponyville?" Moon Dancer nodded. "Well, you're in luck, Moon Dancer," exclaimed Rainbow. "Rarity and I know where all the best booths at the festival are. Stick with us and we'll ensure you have a darling night." "Aha!" All eyes turned to Minuet, who looked as though she'd just uncovered some great secret. In typical minuet fashion, she bounced forward, meeting the Pegasus's face, and before Rainbow Dash could get a word in edgewise, she found herself wrapped up in a warm embrace. "You did decide to join us after all, huh?" Rainbow Dash smiled. "Suppose the jig is up then. It's delightful to see you all again." "Right back at you, Rainbow Gleam," Lemon Heart said knowingly. "Definitely explains the vague feeling of unicorn magic around you." Though definitely still happy, that line sent a twinge of guilt through Rainbow Dash. Looking to the ground, she took in a deep breath, contemplating what to say. Eventually though, she just spoke her mind. "Listen girls," she told them, dropping the accent. "I'm real sorry about lying to you. It's just I'm not really good at sharing this side of myself with others. Tonight's the first time I've done it in Ponyville, and even then, it's Nightmare Night. It's just a costume to every pony else. Then we'll show everyone else this other side of you together." Moon Dancer's confidence caught every pony's attention, Rainbow Dash especially. The determined glint in her bespectacled eyes could have cut through diamond. "Rainbow Dash, I sympathise," she said, a soft smile on her face. "I know how hard it can be to put yourself out there. I did it once, and when it didn't go exactly how I wanted, I retreated inward. I regret that now, but it's taught me a few things. I haven't known you very long, but I wanted to help you with this, and I know the girls feel the same. This is a first for both of us, so let's make this Nightmare Night the best one we can." Silence was Rainbow Dash's only answer initially, but after a few seconds, as if letting the idea hang in the air, the Pegasus met her new friend's smile with one of her own. "Sounds wonderful, darling," she answered, slipping back into her Gleam side. "I think I shall take you up on that offer. After all, Nightmare Night is always more fun with friends." "I concur," Rarity chimed in. "Now, what do you say we go find the others? Probably easiest to start off with our friends, then work our way up to those outside the group." "Good plan, Rarity," said Minuet. "Oh, let's start with Twilight then. I don't know about you, but I'd like to meet Sunset Shimmer again. It's been years." "You go ahead then. Rainbow Dash and I will catch up." Taking that advice, the Unicorn Quartet headed towards the festivities. When they were out of earshot, Rarity and Rainbow Dash shared a contented sigh. "Thanks again for doing this for me, Rare," Dash said. "I'm so glad I went through with this." "As am I. For a second, I was worried you might back out." Heh, I'll admit, I did have to give myself a pep talk before I left the house. "Well, whatever got you to come, I'm so proud of you for doing this, darling." A small smile graced Rainbow's face as she and Rarity began heading in the direction of their other friends. Together, they would have a wonderful Nightmare Night, that much was for sure. The first step was taken, and there was no going back now. Not that either of them particularly wanted to go back. Though, Rainbow Dash did remember one thing she did want. "Before I forget," she said, "I've been meaning to ask, what exactly is your costume, Rarity?" The Alabaster Unicorn let out a small chuckle. "You remember that time I met Sunset Shimmer? Well, during that trip, she introduced me to something called Team Fortress 2. Rarity Fights a Giant Crab by Shakespeare Eccles. Rarity knew that a long train ride was almost always made shorter with the company of good ponies with whom to converse. As the train entered a dark tunnel, Rarity could see her reflection in the interior lights of the train car against the glass of the observation car. Her hoof adjusted the curls of her mane. "Rarity? Rarity, are you listening?" Sweetie Belle asked. Rarity's eyes refocused and looked at the reflection of her sister, behind her on the opposite side of the aisle. Rarity assured her, "Well, of course I'm listening, darling. I just wanted to make sure my mane looked its best for when we make our grand entrance into Baltimore." She flourished her curly violet locks. "This hair doesn't just happen when I roll out of bed in the morning, after all." "Sometimes I feel like you care more about your mane than you do about me," Sweetie said. The train exited the tunnel and their reflections washed out in the bright light of the sun rising over Horseshoe Bay. Rarity blanched. "Sweetie Belle, don't say such things. You know you're the most important pony in my world. And I'm sorry if I've ever given you any reason to doubt that. That's what today's all about, after all, catching up on lost time. You've gotten older, and we've both been so busy with our adult lives. It's easy for the time to slip away from us. And that's why we're taking the time to do this. After all, if we do not ever take time, how can we ever have time?" Sweetie Belle gave a neutral huff. The train rolled into Baltimore Station, and they disembarked. "Now then," Rarity said, adjusting her sequined saddlebag, "where shall we go first?" Sweetie Belle pointed out the dot on her map nearest the train station. "Let's look at the Historical Arms and Armour Museum. I need to do some research for our history lesson at school." Rarity did a double take. On first hearing her words, it sounded like her little sister was speaking as a student, but the young mare walking beside her wasn't a little filly anymore, and she was speaking as a teacher at Princess Twilight's School of Friendship. Rarity always believed that her sister was destined to be a famous singer with her beautiful voice. And while Sweetie had overcome her stage fright somewhat since her days as a blank flank, a career in the spotlight wasn't for her. Being the director of the school's glee club brought her all the joy she wanted, and at the end of the day, that was what mattered. But her primary duty was still that of a teacher for multiple subjects. "What else have your students been learning about lately?" Rarity asked with sincere interest as they walked across the city. "We recently learned about the astrological science," Sweetie said with a titter in her voice. "Astrology?" Rarity balked. She found it inconceivable, or at the very least a bit unlikely, that the relative position of the planets and the stars could have a special, deep significance or meaning that exclusively applies to only you. "Is fortune telling what passes for academia these days?" Sweetie chuckled. "No, not the horoscope stuff. The history of the signs. It's really quite a fascinating tale." Rarity smiled. "Well, we have nothing but time today. Please." She insisted on hearing about it. Sweetie beamed. Singing may have been her talent, but it took her a long time to realize that helping ponies and imparting knowledge was her calling. And she was quite good at it. And her older sister could hear her tone of voice shift into teacher mode. Well, as the story goes, on the night that Nightmare Moon rebelled against Princess Celestia, she arranged the stars in the sky to depict the 12 great foes that she had defeated as the Princess of the Night, which we call constellations. Rarity knew perfectly well what star constellations were, but she wouldn't dare interrupt her sister in the middle of telling a story. Sweetie continued. When Princess Celestia defeated Nightmare Moon, the responsibility of raising the moon fell to her, but she either couldn't or wouldn't change her sister's stars. And so for 1,000 years, the night sky stayed unchanged as a homage to the great feats of Princess Luna. It was a boon for nautical explorers who could see the night sky to help navigate the seas to new worlds before the invention of the compass. Over the course of the year, the sun would rise in a different constellation, which, along with the moon phase cycles, became the basis for our 12-month calendar, and which sign you were born under became the basis for astrology and horoscopes. Rarity smiled with pride. "That's quite the thorough explanation, sweetie," she praised. She tapped her hoof to her chin in Fork's wonder, and then gave her another opportunity to show off her knowledge. "So remind me, what are the 12 signs?" Sweetie Belle tapped at the air in front of her, as though checking off an invisible checklist as she spoke. "There's Aquarius, the water elemental. It's in the name, really. Aqua. Then there's Pisces, the fish. I guess it was a really big fish, like a shark, or maybe even a sea serpent. And I'm sure it was this big," Rarity said, extending her hooves out to either side of her as far as she could, mocking every fishing story she had ever heard. Sweetie shared a giggle with her. "Next, there's also Sagittarius the archer, Gemini the twins, Virgo the maiden, and Libra the adjudicator." Adjudicator? Goodness, that's a spelling bee word if I've ever heard one, Rarity exclaimed. "It means a judge, or a pony who makes decisions," Sweetie explained. "And let's see, there's Aries the ram, Taurus the bull, Leo the lion, Capricorn the goat, and Scorpio the scorpion. Quite the menagerie Luna kept up there," Rarity said playfully, counting up everything in her head as they neared the museum. "Though, I think that's only 11. Standing in the entrance queue, Rarity looked in the windows of the museum front, admiring the intersection of blacksmithing and tailoring. The seams of metal suits jingled as the ground trembled, likely from a passing trolley. Sweetie Belle gave it no notice. She was lost in thought as she double-checked her mental list. Her eyes lit up as she arrived at the answer. "Oh yeah, there's the..." "Crab!" a Baltimore citizen screamed as he galloped at full speed down the street, followed by several dozen more panicked ponies. "Giant crab!" Rarity looked in the direction from which the ponies were fleeing. Down the avenue between the rows of buildings, she could see the glittering blue of the water in Horseshoe Bay, and what looked to be a mountain rising out of it. The ground tremors grew stronger, coming in sets of 6 as the terrible beast came ashore in a thunderous scuttle. Each of its legs came down like a meteor, leaving craters in the paved cityscape. Its claws were the size of city buses, swinging like wrecking balls at the buildings with the misfortune of being in its path. The massive crustacean bore down on them as it made its way down the avenue. Rarity protectively grabbed her little sister's hoof and pulled her past the ticket kiosk into the museum. She shielded Sweetie's body with her own under a sturdy display table, hoping that it might save them from any falling debris. As the rumbles grew into earthquakes, a monstrous screech pierced the air and the building across the street was smashed. Stonework the size of a refrigerator crashed against the front of the museum, smashing the window and sending artifact displays scattered across the tiled floor amid stones, dust and broken glass. Sweetie Belle didn't want to look, but did so all the same. Terrified ponies in the streets ran for their very lives as a giant claw reached down to pluck them up by their manes, one by one. The other claw, razor sharp, reached over and cut their hair clean off, letting them fall several stories back to the hard ground. The lucky ones died on impact. Those less fortunate were left screaming in the pain of several broken bones and the slow death of internal injuries. Sweetie Belle tried to pull away from Rarity's grasp. "We have to do something!" "No, no!" Rarity cried, clutching her closer. "We are just going to close our eyes, cover our ears, and wait here, ignoring it until it goes away." "Rarity, look what's happening out there," Sweetie said. "To some pony else! It's happening to some pony else!" Sweetie Belle elbowed her cowering sister and pulled herself free. "We're all some pony else to some pony else!" "Sweetie, the glass!" Sweetie Belle put on a set of iron horseshoes and grabbed one of the swords from the floor. "What are you going to do?" "What I can!" Sweetie charged out of the store, gripping the sword in her magic, and swung it against the crab's leg with repeated metallic clangs, as though she were striking it against stone. A giant claw moved with unnatural speed, grabbing the pony by her mane. She shrieked as she was lifted up into the air and carried away by the thunder of giant, chitinous legs. Rarity hoped in vain that Sweetie could escape, break free and survive the landing. Somehow, she seethed with anger under the table, angry at the crab attacking the city and taking her sister, angry at whoever could have saved them but didn't. Angry at Sweetie Belle for being so reckless, but mostly, Rarity was angry at herself for doing nothing in her cowardice. The crunching sound of glass under horseshoes approached Rarity. An aura of blue magic removed the table covering her. She looked at the pony standing before her. "Princess Luna!" Rarity exclaimed. "Please, you have to do something! You have to stop that beast!" Luna shook her head. "I cannot, as it is not my fight." But you've beaten it before! The legends of the astrological signs!" "If that were true, if I had defeated it before, you would not now be asking me to defeat it. When I made its constellation, I gave it one of my brightest stars as a reminder of the strength of such a foe. But as such, it was one of the first stars to appear in the evening, garnering the wishes of many ponies." "It's more gin than crab," Luna explained. "For such a creature, wishes are power, but for the ponies making the wishes, it is simply that, wishful thinking. But the creature does have one weak spot." Luna tapped the bridge of her nose, right between the eyes. "Some pony must be able to do something!" Rarity cried. "Some pony else, yes," Luna asked pointedly. She took an ornate sword from the floor and held it. It glittered with silver, inlaid stars and embedded gems. Her magic held it by the blade as she inspected it and then pointed the handle at Rarity. You look like some pony else to me." But why me?" Rarity asked. "Because," Luna explained, "you must understand, as I once failed to, that this is not a monster that is defeated by destroying what we hate, but by saving that which we love. It shines brightest in the dark. It is there but cannot be seen. To have it costs you nothing. To be without it costs you everything." Sweetie Belle's screams pierced the air. Before she even realized it, Rarity had taken the sword from Luna and gave chase to her sister's abductor. Though it had a much larger gait, accompanying its massive size, out of the water, the crab lumbered along slowly through the city. Rarity was able to catch up in very little time. "I say now, you brute! Unhand her!" Rarity shouted, striking one of its legs with her sword. The blade reverberated in her magical grasp as she swung it against the steel girder. "Unclaw her!" Rarity yelled again, trying to move ahead of its path. "Let her go!" Sweetie Belle shrieked, as she continued to flail at her captor's grip on her. The giant crab's claw held her suspended nearly 3 stories in the air by her mane as it carried her. But Rarity had not chosen her words poorly. Her magic was ready to catch her if she was to fall. She swung again at another leg, only to be repelled once more by the impervious chitin armor. But she did manage to get its attention. It turned and brought its leg up to stomp it back down at her. The leg's jab was fast, but Rarity was faster, diving out of the way as the tip made an enormous pothole in the road, scattering broken cobblestones. While all unicorns had magic, it was of varying strengths and disciplines. For some, it was alchemy or botany, or something elemental based like water. In Rarity's case, she had honed a fine dexterity to suit her talent as a seamstress, but her special magical talent was her ability to find and manipulate crystals and minerals. In another life, she could have been an adept geomancer. Her eyes scanned the cobblestone road the giant crab was straddling. It was like one big claymore. Rarity's magic grabbed as many of the road stones as she could manage and wrenched them from their setting, flinging them upwards in a grape shot against the crab's underbelly. She saved a bit of magic to be ready to catch Sweetie, and scarcely any more to shield herself from the stone shrapnel. The building's windows in the immediate area were shattered from the debris, but the crab remained unscathed. It turned to face her in heavy steps, the claw with Sweetie held tight while the other swung at Rarity in a wide arc. Again, Rarity dove out of the way, rolling inside the broken storefront. Her fur was marred with dots of crimson from the nicks and cuts of the broken glass littering the floor. She ran through the store to the stairwell to the second floor. The claw swept through the second floor windows and several of the load-bearing structures. The rest of the building above her creaked and shuddered around her as she ran towards the windows and dove out. She landed on top of the rust-coloured carapace of the crab's body, and the building started to fold in on itself and topple over. Rarity grabbed a piece of the falling rubble and aimed it at the beast. The chunk of debris hit it like a meteor, but only managed to stagger it briefly. The rest of the building fell over across the road, blocking it from advancing any further inland. Regaining its step, it rotated itself to turn to the sea along with Sweetie Belle as it started to retreat. The crab intended to claim one last victim. Its free claw reached over to sever her from her mane. "Don't you dare!" Rarity sprinted across the crab's back with her sword and swung at one of its protruding eye stalks. Seeing the attack coming, it retracted its eyes in time to avoid her slash. The crab's body lurched to one side, sending Rarity skittering off the smooth edge and falling to the sand of the beach. Rarity's heart fell as Sweetie's screams were suddenly silenced. Her eyes clenched shut, but she could still hear the muted thud of her little sister's body landing in the sand. Rarity felt her legs fail her as she too fell into the sand in crippling grief. Her chest ached with an agony beyond words. There was only her pain, and the lapping water of the shore, and the rumble of the coming storm clouds. As quickly as she had been overcome with grief, it was replaced with pure, undulated rage. She opened her eyes, but her vision was blurred with tears and red. The great beast lifted a leg to continue departing. The air rushed out of Rarity's lungs in a noise that sounded nothing like any mare or feral beast, but every bitter battle cry of absolute rancor. She ran and put herself between the giant crab and the water, cutting off its escape. "No! I'm not letting you get away to terrorize some pony else someday," she snarled. The manicured sand beach bellied the once rocky shore that used to Line Horseshoe Bay, but Rarity could feel it beneath her hooves. Her magic called out to it. A boulder burst up from the sand at the crab like a cannonball, and then another, and another, driving it back with a furious salvo. The crab staggered and Rarity grabbed one of its legs with her magic, much like another constellation creature, the Ursa Minor. It was no mere oversized animal. It was a supernatural titan that was resistant to magic, and she was no savant mage like Princess Twilight Sparkle. The grip of her magic faltered as it tried to pull its leg away from her. She poured more of her effort into her hold, barring the leg, just long enough for her to bring in another boulder like a wrecking ball to its leg joint, snapping the hinge inverted. It sounded like a tree trunk snapping in half, followed by a shrill hiss from the creature. The armor of the leg might have been impervious, but the leg was nonetheless broken. Even so, it had 5 others, and they were all scurrying towards her in rapid stabs. Rarity bobbed and weaved from the legs, giving them only sand to strike. Another well-placed boulder halted its advance once more, but the next shot was blocked by the broad side of its claw, shielding itself from a barrage. It reared up a front leg to stab at her again, and she rolled away to dodge it. But it was a feint. As she rolled, the other claw swung across the haymaker, grabbing her by her mane and lifting her into the air. Rarity's world flashed white with the pain of being lifted by her hair, and with the lightning strike from the storm, the crash of thunder came right on its heels as the midday sky grew dark and the rain started to pour. Rarity flailed with her sword in panic at the claw holding her. She would do just as well to stop a speeding train with a twig. Vast in the wetness of the cool rain, the crab's eyes re-emerged to peer up at its tiny adversary. Held aloft in its grip, Rarity glared back down at it in seething hatred. With the dark storm clouds blotting out the sun, the rusty orange shell of the crab shimmered with an ethereal aura. Points of light dotted its back with interconnecting lines, like the lines of a star constellation. The brightest star, the one she saw first, sat at its head, glowing right between its eyes, the wishing star. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might, have this wish I wish tonight. The crab's other claw creaked open as it moved towards her neck. Rarity swung her sword over her head and sliced off her own mane. She fell with her sword under her like a spear, with the full weight of her hooves against the hilt guard. Rarity recalled so many fanciful wishes she had made upon a star as a filly. So many things. She had wanted such petty things. She wanted wealth. She wanted fame. She wanted beauty, talent, and a Prince Charming. But in that moment, none of that mattered. There was only one thing Rarity wanted. Only one thing she could wish for, if she could. As she dove the entire length of the blade into the crab's brightest star. Through her grit teeth, her growling voice shook along with every muscle in her body. I want my sister back, you son of a bitch! Epilogue. Rarity lurched with a start in her chair. Her jaw ached from gritting her teeth in her sleep. Her pulse was racing from the adrenaline rush of the dream. Her bounding heart was all she could hear. Sitting alone in the hospital waiting room, her hooves nervously held the handles of the gift bag in front of her. On the other side of the room, the door opened and Nurse Redheart waved for her to follow. Opening the door to oncology, Rarity could barely bring herself to look at her little sister in the hospital bed. Her eyes followed the chemo IV line down to her hoof under the warming blanket. Rarity felt her jaw tense again. It's not fair, she thought. It should be me, not her. She doesn't deserve this. No pony does. But it should be me, not her. She balled her hoof into a tight, angry fist. This should be my fight! She wanted so much to just punch the sickness right out of her sister. She was almost unrecognizable without her fur. She looked so frail, but it belied Sweetie's strength of spirit, bright and alive in her rich, green eyes as she blinked them open. Rarity's anger enveloped in a flash. She didn't want Sweetie to see her like that. Princess Luna's words from the dream echoed in her ear. This is not a monster that is defeated by destroying what we hate, but by saving that which we love. Sweetie squinted at Rarity and tilted her head in confusion. Before she could even speak, Rarity shushed her and opened the bag she had brought, presenting her gift and placing it on her little sister's head. This should help keep your head warm. Once it was in place, Sweetie Belle reached up and touched it. You can't, but I already have, Rarity said with finality. You can give it back once. Rarity felt her throat closing up. Once you're better. Sweetie Belle's eyes watered as she felt the violet locks draping over her shoulders with her hoof. Rarity blushed and she touched her own bare scalp where her luxurious curled mane had once been, fashioned now into a wig adorning her little sister. She leaned over and hugged her. It looks better on you anyway. Author's note. Seriously, fuck cancer. I just wanted to make sure that my mane looked best for its... Sweetie Belle gave a natural huff. Over the course of the year, the sun would rise in a the medieval suits of armour in the windows of the museum front. Sweetie Belle shrieked as she continued to flail at her captor's